Let's see. Zion, good morning. I know it is early, but I'm glad you're here. Okay, cool. It's working on my end. Great. Means I can do stuff. Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the link. There it is. All right. Most important day to be first on. It is. This is the most important day because this is the exam day. It is also the day that you do not want to be the last on. For the simple reason that if you're the last person on, you might be getting on when the AP exam is starting, and you don't want that to be happening. For those of you that watch this after the fact, why are you watching this after the fact? Unless you're watching it for a future year AP exam, in which case, cool, this is same kind of stuff that's covered. Parker, good morning. Yeah, if you're watching this after the fact, why? I don't know why you would be doing that, but okay. Yeah, this is the Cram session. This is typically on AP exam day in my school, in my class. What ends up happening is, because it's one of the last AP exams every single year, most students in most of their class periods aren't really doing much of anything, especially if they're in a lot of AP classes, which most of my students are taking like at least 3 or 4 AP classes. So there's a good chance that a lot of my kids in the first half of the day have a handful of classes that they aren't really doing much in. So on that day, on AP exam day for macro, because our exam's in the afternoon, what ends up happening is the first 3 or 4 class periods of the day, my classroom gets filled with like 80 kids who just get passes from their other teachers to just hang out in my room while I review everything I can. My first, second, and third period classes will still be in there, obviously. They get to come in like normal, but my later class periods end up showing up like crazy and wanting to make sure. Dill, I'm not starting until 10, so you're good, and this is whatever you need whenever you need it. So if there's a specific thing you want me to hit on, Dill, just put it in the chat and I'll make sure that I get to it and tell me when you're here ready to go. Because this is going to last for like this is like a 4.5 hour long video live stream plan, so don't sweat it. It doesn't start till 10 o'clock. And even then, all I'm starting at 10 is if Austin's here, Austin's questions that he asked me to do yesterday. So don't worry, you got plenty of time. If you need to take an hour nap in the middle of this, that is also allowed and fine. I'm just doing this because I don't know what your guys' daily schedules are. I don't know if any of you are going to like go to the school to pick up something at like 12 and, you know, we're stressing about studying for the exam. Everything, bro. I mean, cool. I got that. It's kind of what the Super Saturday video is for, but hey. Micro's hard. Micro is just a hard exam. Macro is easier than micro. Yeah. The micro exam's typically difficult. Micro has one of the lower pass rates. Micro is in the, it's not that it's as hard as like AP Physics, it's just in the physics tier of pass rate. So that's, if they're freaked out by that, that's like if your friends were like, the calculus exam was hard. It's like, yeah, it's a hard class. Micro ends up being harder because they have like more specific graph things and more specific math things they have to do. Kenneth, good morning. Lindsay, I didn't get to say good morning. Good morning to you too, Lindsay. And also morning, Dylan. I haven't seen you in the live stream yet, so it's good to see you. Trying to think. Yeah, math stuff, well, that's good. That's what a lot of the stuff that Austin asked about was math stuff. So I'm definitely going to hit on that. I also found this video where this guy he made like 10 questions that if you can kind of work through all 10 of these questions, then you're in pretty good shape for the AP exam. So I'm going to work through those 10 questions as well, because they cover kind of the broad spectrum of everything. That includes like some GDP deflator math, that includes some unemployment rate math, that includes some, bank balance sheet math, and some comparative and absolute advantage math, that's like all the math for the class, other than multipliers, which is also in there. So I'll work through those 10 questions as well. But I got 4.5 hours. I'm not worried about time. I literally went through every single graph for the course, plus comparative advantage, plus bank balance sheets, and had like 45 minutes of break time on the Super Saturday. And I could have gone for longer if I wanted to, but that was plenty. Mackenzie, good morning. Yeah, so any of you that are watching this after the fact, again, I'm not sure why you would be, but this is going to cover kind of everything. I don't know what the structure is going to be for this, other than I'm going to work through some FRQs a student requested me specifically to do. So I recommend opening the exam ticket straight from your phone. If you're going to be handwriting your answers and taking pictures of them, and you know that your phone uses the proper picture files, then yes, I would just log in with your phone, take a picture of your exam with your phone, attach it, and then submit. you should be able to see when you attach the file what file type it is. It typically says like file.jpg or .png. If it says .jpg or .png, you're good. Those are the file types that are accepted on the AP exam. So if you don't know if your phone does that, then maybe don't risk it. Maybe just type your stuff and then hope when there's math that you can still type it. Because you can type math, it's just not as easy. No matter what you do, you should have scratch paper out so that you can draw like graphs and stuff. So that you can like sketch graphs and everything. Matthew, good morning. Nicole, good morning. Sydney, good morning. Good to see you all. Brandon, good morning. Looks like it's storm weather for the next like 10 days, right, Brandon? I was just checking the forecast. I'm like, oh, hey, look, it's like thunderstorms for the next like 10 days. That's cool. I guess we're getting that. The micro exam was insane. Apparently it was. Matt took it. Dylan was mentioning it. To be clear, the micro exam is typically harder than the macro exam, so don't expect like just if the micro exam was brutal, then the macro is going to be brutal. They're different classes. It's like if the calculus AB exam is hard, is the calculus BC exam hard? Not necessarily. Austin, you're here. Good, so we can start with your thing. Morning, Austin. Now, reminder that AP is going to try and make sure that their pass rates aren't crazy compared to this year. So if... Oh, look at all these people. What's up? Hannah, good to see you. Aiden, I don't know who you are, I don't think, but good to see you too. Madison, good to see you. 10 parts in 30 minutes, really? Wow, that's a lot. Okay. That is weird. That has to be really short parts you have to do. That's wild. Sophia, good morning. Now, another thing to mention with your AP exams, guys, I think that they mentioned specifically was not finishing an exam question isn't going to necessarily work against you. They're trying to be fairly forgiving on if you don't finish a question. So if it's a 10-part question, you'll only get through 8 parts, but you feel like you did an okay job on those 8 parts, don't sweat the fact that you didn't get 2. 1, most of you guys work at what I would consider to be a above average normal student pace, even for AP students. So most of you guys work at an above average pace for students, which would mean that compared to the broad spectrum everyone else who's taken the AP exams, you're probably getting as much done as everybody else, if not more than everybody else. So don't sweat it if you can't finish all parts. If you're taking the macro exam later, and there's 25 minutes for the first question, and it goes parts A through G, and there's like 4 things you have to explain, and you just can't do parts F and G because you run out of time, don't sweat it. That's fine. Your goal on an AP exam question is not to get 100% of the points available. On a normal exam day, 80% of the points gets you a 5. 60% gets you a 3. So if you're able to get through 2/3 of the problem, you've given yourself a solid chance. So don't sweat it too much if you can't finish a question. Don't freak out. That happens. Okay, I work through these very quickly because I have done, and I mentioned it yesterday, I've probably done in the past 8 weeks over 100 FRQs on livestream. So I've gotten plenty of practice. And that's not counting the fact that I've been doing these for like 4 years. What were the formats? JPEG and PNG. .png. .img does not work. JPEG is acceptable for everything, always. JPEG has always been acceptable. PNG is the other available file type for your phone. That's for any picture you take and need to upload for the exam. There's only 2 file types they accept. And I can pull up that tweet again. If you have an iPhone, there is a... I think I have that pulled up still. Oh, I literally have it in my most recent things that I pulled up. It is... This is the... If you're using an iPhone and you want to make sure that it's JPEG and stuff, settings, camera, format, most compatible. That should get your iPhone to default to JPEG, because JPEG is the most compatible file format for most devices. Now they've been cooler this week. College Board has modified their retesting thing this week, so if there's an error with a file attachment or a file submission, you'll get a notification basically as soon as you submit your exam saying, hey, that didn't go through properly, that file didn't work, which means worst case scenario, you have to do the retake, which is a bummer, but is better than submitting something that's a 0 on the AP exam. I don't like that. College Board's getting sued because they didn't have that the first week because, why wouldn't they have had that the first week? should you go through the ticket? So you can only access the ticket via your phone. You can only access the ticket through one device at a time. So you can't like use your ticket on your computer and then also on your phone, or at least you shouldn't do that. I'm not sure if you can. I haven't tested it because I don't take AP exams. I would only have it open once. If you're taking it on your phone, you should just leave it open the whole time, because it's a browser. You can just Alt Tab or press the window key and then go over to your camera, take a picture, window key, go back up. If it's an Android, most Android devices default to JPEG or PNG. I was checking with my Android, because I use Android, on how to make sure that that's set up. There isn't a specific camera settings thing on here. I can check, though. I'll look for myself. Preston, good morning. Camera. It's advanced settings. It's just a flash. That's not what I need. App info camera, permissions, that's everything that I want. There's in permissions, that's not it. Change system settings? No, that just allows. Yeah. Not sure how to do it on an Android. I'll Google it actually. Oh no, Android's default to most compatible. I know that part because my phone defaults to most compatible. I've seen that marked on my phone. So that part I know is at least okay. Adam, if that's the question. I'll double check. I'm Googling it right now just to make sure. How to PNG is fine. So when you do screenshots, it defaults to PNG, which is actually allowed and totally fine. So that's good news. I don't use screenshots very often, so that's part of it. Oh, and you can change it for screenshots. Works on some devices. Yes, Androids aren't consistent on having the same OS for every single device, which is kind of annoying. That is a fault in Androids. Yeah, no, it's defaults to either PNG or JPEG, so you're good. PNG is the other allowed file type, so we're good. Oh. Cake is an awesome band, Madison, thank you. I do have impeccable musical taste. And again, if you want to access the Song of the Day playlist, it's just search Song of the Day on Spotify, and then Garrick224 is my username, so you'll see that playlist. That's got all the songs that have been appearing in the bottom left for my class. And then if you're not one of my students, what usually happens is in my classroom, I have like a part on my whiteboard that has what song I was listening to that morning. Because students actually ask what music I listen to. I don't know. Whatever. They seem to care. Okay. So let's get into some of the review stuff, because now it's 10:07 and I've just been distracted by some things. Good things, but distracted by things. So let's get into the Austin's FRQs that he made us do, because Austin is extra and wanted to do specific FRQs. It's fine. It's actually a good idea. He wanted some help and I got it. So Austin asked for this, so blame him, FRQs. This is on AP Classroom, and again, I assigned the last like 5 videos worth of FRQs on AP Classroom. If you're not in my class, then just follow along. You'll be able to see these. And work through them. It's just my students have had a day to look at them. A lot of them don't watch all my live streams, so they probably didn't realize this happened, but it's up to them. Let me move that. Let me grab my whiteboard and all this stuff. So, we've done some of these in my live streams before, so if you've been watching it the whole time, you might have seen a couple of these, but it's been at least a few weeks since we did some of them, so you probably just forgot the answers. So, blah, 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 blah. The only big thing here, and this is on your AP exam as well for econ, is that if the question asks you to calculate, you have to show how you got there. Meaning, if there's any math problem that says calculate, like this, you have to show your work. And this is why handwriting your AP exam for macro is preferable for most people. Oh, the Monopoly graph is crazy anyway, so that's totally fine. Yeah, the Matt's complaining about the micro exam. if you're wondering, don't get freaked out. There's not another graph we didn't cover. That's for micro. Into the Mouth of Madness. It was AP Microeconomics. It's okay. Most of you guys could do that class in college, so it's fine. All right. So we've got all these friggin' numbers. I mean, just look at all the numbers here. So cool. There's consumer spending. There's employee compensation. That's just wages, guys. Don't freak out. That's just wages. Government spending, interest payments. It's payments on things that accrue interest. Typically, it's spending on capital. Investment spending, net exports, profit, rent, savings. Okay. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. It tells me the aggregate statistical data for country X in 2018. Assume the GDP deflator is 160. Now again, GDP deflator is a index number that gives us a roundabout idea of how much inflation's happened. What this is telling me is since the base year, which we don't know what the base year is here, it could be like 2010. Whatever the base year is, there's been 60% inflation since the base year. That's what the GDP deflator tells me. So, and that's specifically in things that count towards GDP. The GDP deflator tells me which inflation's happened in overall spending on things that count towards GDP. So consumer spending, investment spending, government spending, net exports, all the inflation that's happened in those categories. Calculate the nominal GDP in 2008. Well, how do we find GDP? There's a lot of ways, and this is why formula sheets can get confusing, because if you look at them, you'll realize, like, are there like 4 formulas for GDP? Yeah, there are. I apologize for my awesome handwriting with this pen thing. I'm using just a regular old friggin' mouse for this, so I don't have a touchpad. I have an awesome setup, but I don't have a touchpad. Oh god, it did the thing where it made it thicker again. There we go. C plus I plus G plus XN. This is our formula for GDP. This is one of the ways you can do it. Okay, one of the ways you can do it is through this method, and this is the one that makes the most sense, because what you have to look at to figure out what GDP formula do I use is you look at what data you've got. I see stuff like this and this, I'm gonna go here. If I see consumer spending or consumption spending, same thing. Or I see government spending or government expenditures, same thing. Good, I'm gonna bust out this formula. If I see prices and quantities and blah, 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 blah. Matt, stop freaking him out with micro. Matt, you're all correct, it's very freaky, but don't scare everyone in the chat who's doing macro and is gonna get scared by what you're typing. Yeah, the micro exam was tough. Okay, so consumer spending, government spending, investment spending, net exports. I am focused on these 4 things. It's not that these other things don't matter, it's that they matter for something else. So, this is called the expenditures approach, right? The expenditure method is preferable. It's super easy, Adam. You're exactly right. You just add the stuff up, and it's pretty easy to keep it consistent on what you're adding up. I add 1,000 plus 400 plus 300 minus 100, because I add negative 100. So 1,000 plus 400 is 1,400, plus 300 is 1,700, minus 100 is 1,600. Oh, God, that would have been, I almost wrote an 8. Yeah, Adam's on it. 1,600. If it asks you to show your work, how do you show your work for that? Because it said to show your work for that, and I just added 4 numbers together. What do? You write this formula. You then just plug in 1,000, or you can probably ignore the parentheses at this point, actually. I don't know why I would even do with parentheses. 1,000 plus 400, blah, 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 blah. And you just show that, and then you get the 600. So when you're showing your work for an AP Macro FRQ, write the formula, plug in the numbers, solve. That's it. That's showing your work. They want to know what you used, what you plugged in where. Because you actually get to use your formulas on this because you have open notes for this exam, so you shouldn't have much of a problem. I have gotten better with the pen, but that is after 8 weeks of using the pen, so I better have gotten better. Now, what these other numbers are useful for, things to know. This last number is not helpful, kind of period, because savings doesn't matter for GDP. Savings is a leakage of GDP. It's money that isn't being spent, so it's not helpful. What these are useful for, I'm going to put blue dots for them, is that this covers us for the other approach, which is the income approach. Remember, you can find GDP by adding up all of the spending. You could also find it by adding up all of the income. Employee compensation is one of those things. That's wages, interest, rent, and profit. For those of you that don't remember, this is a long time ago, and it basically never comes up. But these are what's called factor payments. These are payments for your factors of production. It was land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. When you pay for land, you pay rent. When you pay for labor, you pay wages. When you pay for capital, you pay interest. When you pay for entrepreneurship, you pay profit, weirdly. Same idea, you add all these up to 1100 plus 125 plus 175 plus 200. That also equals 1600. Short version is it should not matter. Reason why I'm doing that is because of B. Because I already knew B was coming, and it's good to show you this because this helps. Why does the income approach yield the same value as the expenditures approach? I mean, there's a couple ways you could write it. If you wanted to, because you want to like big brain macro them and be like, you know, because of the circular flow model. Since you can have it open on Safari on your phones, yes, that would be fine. They have mentioned that you can, so they mentioned you can take the exam via phone. They shouldn't penalize you for taking a picture with your camera. I would be surprised if that was a problem. Now, there were students who, let's talk about how big brain this was. Were taking their AP exam and then tried to do a Zoom call with each other to work on the AP exam together, and the browser closed out on them. They were immediately notified that they were caught cheating, and then their teachers were emailed. That happened yesterday. I don't know if it happened at Byron. It happened with my girlfriend's mom, who teaches over in Plano, I think. So yeah, don't do that. Adam, what do I expect might come on the AP exam? So what I was expecting on the AP exam is, one, there'll still be graph problems. Like, don't think you're not going to have to graph things. But two of the big things that I am expecting, because they make sense to ask in this format because formulas don't really help you on it, are absolute comparative advantage terms of trade problems, because the formula doesn't really save you there, or a bank balance sheet problem. One of those two seems to me very likely. Either of those could be your short FRQ. So the second question could easily be one of those two. And the first question, long FRQs are typically multi-graph problems. So the first question will probably be aggregate demand, aggregate supply in some way, shape, or form. Tie it to another graph, maybe Phillips curve or money market or loanable funds market. Ask some complicated questions where you have to explain some things like real wages and inflation and stuff like that. Long-term growth maybe. But there's a really good chance, in my opinion, that you'll have an absolute comparative advantage problem or a bank balance sheet problem. Those are the two things that, like, when I was looking through what the changes on the exam made the most sense. Let me explain B one more time, because I never got to go through it. I got distracted by good questions. Circular flow is one of the ways to explain this, because if you imagine the circular flow model, every dollar we give to business is then given back to us in the form of income. So every dollar spent is a dollar earned. It's a statement that we've all heard before, I think, but actually is the explanation here. Because every dollar you spend is income for somebody, so spending should equal income. This is why GDP and income are like positively related variables. Like if GDP goes up, we assume income goes up because GDP and income are tied together. No worries, Adam. That's totally fine. Any questions you guys have, feel free to ask them. It's not a problem for me. I'm covering kind of everything today. One difference between CPI and GDP deflator. Okay, now this is good because these are two things where students are fairly weak on in terms of understanding. One, because they're index numbers, and unless you are pretty good at math, indexes don't typically make too much sense for people. Even for me, the concept of an index number is, like, I can pass the logic of it. I am not exceptional on the logic of an index. But the basic idea for CPI and GDP deflators, they both give us roundabout ideas of how much inflation is happening. The difference is inflation of what? Because inflation rate is supposed to be how much prices go up in our economy as a whole. But there's a lot of friggin' things in our economy. Like, you gotta think of how many different prices do you see when you walk into a supermarket or Walmart. You see a ton of different prices. Okay, now extrapolate that to every price in our economy. That gets basically impossible to track. So, CPI is the consumer price index. What this tries to narrow down and measure is how much inflation's consumers experience by tracking the price of something called a market basket. Okay? Well, there's a market basket, which is this 8,000 different specific items across a bunch of different categories that sort of cover the basis of basically everything in the economy that people spend regularly on is tracked there. So consumer price index tracks how much inflation is happening for consumers. GDP deflator tracks how much inflation is happening across all of the categories of GDP, which is not just consumers, but also how much businesses experience, how much the government experiences when buying things like that, tanks, military tech, and how much foreigners experience whenever we sell things overseas. So GDP deflator is a more holistic and covers more bases, but is less applicable to me and you in everyday life. CPI is more specific, more narrow, doesn't apply to everybody, but applies to me and you everyday consumers really well. That's the trade-off of those two different metrics. GDP deflator is a better kind of macro indicator. CPI is a better individual person, how are you going to be dealing with inflation indicator. So you can get different inflation rates from these two numbers because they're not going to be tracking the same variables. Maybe people aren't experiencing a lot of inflation, but businesses and the government are. So GDP deflator would be really high and CPI wouldn't be. Brandon's question. I am sure you are getting to with this problem, but I was confused on calculations of nominal versus real GDP on some problems where it can fall under multiple formulas. Brandon, that is a good question. So for this one, here's a good example of it. Using the GDP deflator, this is sort of your key phrase here. It is always going to be based on what variables you are given. That is how you know which formula to use. What have I been given here? What have I found out? They have told me the GDP deflator. I have found the nominal GDP because they gave me the CIGXN stuff, so I just added those together. If they gave me prices and quantities, which I have another question on here that has it like that, you do it a different way, and I'll show you it then. But when you've got a deflator, and you've got the nominal GDP, real GDP equals the nominal over the deflator times 100. So because I have the nominal GDP, again, I found that up here, found that right there. I've got nominal and I've got the deflator, and look at it, look at how this lined up. Oh, look at that. That's super nice. 1600, 160. That's going to feel like really good math. So that's math I don't think I need a calculator for. Love that. 1600 divided by 160. Ha! Cross it out. This is my brain not working properly. 10. Right? Times 100. People always forget to do that. Which is 1,000. So the real GDP is $1,000. And again, you just do nominal divided by deflator times 100. Boom. Done. Move on with your life. So because I had the deflator and the nominal, I could do this formula. If I didn't have one of those numbers and I couldn't find them, because you can't really find the deflator without nominal and real GDP, so they have to either give it to you or give you nominal and real to find the deflator. In that case, then you got to do something different. And I'll show you that with one of the next questions. Pardon me. I'm going to scroll down. It's going to move all of this stuff, so I'm going to delete all of this stuff. Okay, if there's anything about these that you want to ask about, I know what the answers are, so I can always go back to it. But I'm going to hit clear screen to clear all this junk and then move on to part E. Part E. And E is a very high-level logic question. So if you don't stick to this one, it's fine. If on the AP exam you were able to do all of this and not able to do this, doing all of this properly would get you at least a 4. This is what we as AP teachers call a 5-breaker or an A breaker, where there is a typical sharp line of delineation between 4s and 5s based on one extra degree of difficulty style question. This is that extra degree of difficulty question. Not because it requires math, because you got to think. Assume wheat farmers in country X sold their entire crop of wheat to wheat millers, who then sold it to domestic bakeries. Okay, so farmer, sell to miller, sell to bakery. Multiple steps. If the wheat farmers sell for 10 million, meaning so the wheat farmers sell to the wheat millers for 10, the wheat millers sell for 25, so the wheat millers sell to the bakeries for 25, and the bakeries sell for 65, that's to everybody else. They turn the wheat into baked goods, they sell it to people for 65 million. How much is nominal GDP going to change as a result of the transaction, and explain? Is it just as easy as adding 65, 25, and 10? No. It's not that easy. Here's why. We have to go back in our brains. What things count towards GDP? Okay, it's this sale and production of all final goods and services in our economy. What is the final good here? There you go, Matt. Matt's got it. What's the final good? The final good is whatever the bakery did, right? They turned the wheat into a product of some kind. That product is the final good. So all that happens is 65 million is an increase in nominal GDP. That is all it does. This is because intermediate goods do not count. I can give you another example of how this would work. We've mentioned the whole car thing in my class, where we count the sale of the car towards GDP, but not also the sale of like the tire and the radio and everything that's in the car. Like, we don't count those components. So let's do that logic. People acquire the rubber from trees, right? They acquire the rubber from trees. The rubber harvesters, I don't know what the term would be for that, get the rubber, sell it to a tire making factory. The tire making factory turns it into tires and sells it to Ford to put in their cars. Ford then sells cars. What do we count? The cars. We don't count the other transactions as well. Intermediate goods, good one. Same idea. Intermediate goods are not counted. Wood to make a chair. Yeah, exactly. The sale of wood to make a chair to a carpenter. The carpenter then turns the wood into a chair. We only count the sale of the chair. We don't also count the sale of the wood. Because then you're basically counting twice. Because think about it. When people are paying for the baked goods, they're basically paying for this too. Good. Juan's got it. I got some people in my chat that I don't even know. Respect to you guys who are hopping around on YouTube on the day of your AP exam. If you're in our district, that's also cool, because I think I told people in our district that this is happening. But if you're just a rando from some other school, best of luck to you. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns over this FRQ specifically? Oh, in case you guys don't know, I'm a teacher over in Texas, if that's not been made clear by the fact my channel is Mr. McRitchie BNHS. Same happens with used goods. Raleigh, North Carolina. Awesome. It's NC State territory, they want to say. Yep. Only the final sale counts. If you buy a used good, it doesn't count either. Correct. Bank balance is one of these questions too. Don't worry. Dill, I got you. One of these is bank balance. Here is a different version of the nominal GDP thing. Correct, and that's the problem with it, Matt. And that's why you don't want to count intermediate goods, because then you could just fill back and forth. Can I re-summarize C? I'm going to go back to that. Can I re-summarize C? Sure. The difference is what these things track. CPI is the consumer price index, meaning it is the price index for specifically consumer spending. It is what people spend their money on. And again, that's me and you, individual, like households and stuff like that. The GDP deflator tracks spending and inflation across all GDP categories. That includes business spending on capital goods, that's investment, remember. That includes government spending on things like military tech and stuff like that. And that includes net exports, so foreign trade. All of that factors into the GDP deflator. So the difference is what is being tracked. CPI gives us a measure of inflation for just consumers, where GDP deflator gives us a measure of inflation for all sectors of GDP, all the different factors of GDP, all the different parts of GDP in our economy. That is the difference, is what they track inflation-wise. Ashland. Wait, so we would say that only the final sale counts for GDP, or do we need to explain more? No, you don't. Here's the question scoring and details from the AP exam. Part E. To avoid double counting, which is what Matt was saying, but you could realistically get away with, if they would have allowed you to get away with just saying you only count the sale of final goods. They have some more complicated explanations, which are just like using the numbers, but it's the same idea. Like this one does not say double counting. This one just says using numbers. That would have been fine. This one is more, this one's likely technically you're paying for everything when you pay for the 65 billion. That logic also works, but this. And to be clear, this is why, like, when you're writing an explanation, write a complete sentence. Does it have to be long? No, this is not long. This is not a long sentence, guys. Like, I've seen you guys write thesis sentences that are like 7 lines long, and it's one sentence, and it's terrible, and I hate it. But it is one sentence, grammatically correct, it just looks terrifying. This is also a sentence, and would have gotten you both points. There was 2 points for this answer, one for saying that it's 65, and second, oh no, it's just 1 point, never mind. This one's an all or nothing point. That's even better, actually. That means this was literally a 5 breaker. You would have gotten a 4 had you done all of this. This is only a difference maker of you getting a 5, maybe. Because if you do another question, you'll have to worry about it. Okay, other question. This is tied to Brandon's thing, where there is different types of math you could do for GDP. And then I've got a bank balance sheet problem here and here. So don't worry, I got you, Dill. You're going to be covered on this thing too. And again, if I don't hit a thing you want me to cover, ask me. I'll cover whatever you need me to. So Gala Land produces, which I assume is not a pun on La La Land, because this question's from like, oh god. That's my dog. My girlfriend has ordered Starbucks via DoorDash, so just ignore Archer. Archer, come here. Come here. Archer. Get on here, bud. Stop threatening the DoorDash person. Here's a big camera. Archer. Bugga. Show everyone your lovely face while I look at this question again. Archer, over here. Archer. Oh, what's up?
Coffee.
Coffee, yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I now have a milkshake. You just saw her for about 4 seconds. He's trying to protect me from the dangerous DoorDash delivery person who's delivering me what is effectively a coffee milkshake because I got a Frappuccino because I needed the sugar for today. Oh, that's whipped cream. Nice. Okay, sorry. The question at hand. So we've got this year's output, this year's prices. This year is whatever year we're talking. I'm going to change this because I know what this question's going to ask, and I hate how they worded this because it bugs the hell out of me. I'm going to say that this year, let's substitute that for 2018. Can she come to the meetup? Why would she do that? You guys are so weird. Stop investing so much in my personal life. Thankfully, only my students are the ones that are being weird about this. The strangers know what's polite and what's weird. Okay, so calculate this year's nominal GDP. There's not consumer spending, government spending, net exports here. How do I find it? There's an easier way. Lamoa, I don't know who you are. Nominal equals price times quantity is another method. Now, when you're doing this, it is the total dollar value of all final goods and services sold in your economy. Is she coming to win this for win? No. We're not doing any sit-down restaurants until, like, all this stuff is over. I might pick something up with a mask on. That's about all I'll do. 400 times 6, which is 2,400. Boy, it would be embarrassing to mess up the math at this point. Plus 1,000 times 2. That one I'm pretty confident I don't have any problems with. Plus 800 times 2. Again, that one, not too worried about. Adding up these three numbers together, please double check your math on this. I assigned this question as an FRQ a few times ago, a couple years ago. I had so many kids put $5,000. It's not $5,000. This is $6,000. Every bit of simple math you do, double check. I had people who did 4 times 6 and got 3,200. I had people who did 8 times 2 and put 1,400. People make simple mistakes. It's not because they're dumb. It's because you're under stress and you're worried and you're freaking out and you're having a mild panic attack basically all of the time because you're a teenager. So if that's happening to you, totally fine. Just double check it. You also have a calculator that you can use this time, so that's even easier. So again, you do price times quantity, but don't just add up all the prices and add up all the quantities. Do each good separately to find the nominal GDP. Assume that in Gala land, the GDP deflator, which they mentioned is the GDP price index, is 100 in the base year, which it almost always is, and 150 this year. Calculate each of the following, the inflation rate and this year's real GDP. Okay? Inflation rate. This is not the abbreviation for inflation rate. This is just what I'm using for this question. Is what you use Max, I invited everyone from every district. And from every school in the district. I emailed all the other NISD teachers, letting them know, hey, I'm doing this. So anyone else in the district who needs help, they're all worth it to me. Trying to save as many kids money as possible. That's all I care about, is robbing College Board. We're going to do a heist, everybody. So, year 2 minus year 1 over year 1 times 100. So how do we do this? What's going on in this problem? You take the GDP deflator of year 2 minus your GDP deflator of year 1 over the GDP of year 1 times 100. Cool, that's actually super easy in this one. Because you get 150 minus a hundo over a hundo times a hundo. Why this is super easy? Whack! Cancels. Oh, Vonnie, good morning. And yes, it is actually morning this time, so she got it. There is 50% inflation between base year and this year. And again, this year I'm saying is 2018 because I don't like how they say this year. Just, it bothers me. And then what is this year's real GDP? Okay, real equals nominal over deflator times 100. But which deflator do I use? I use this year's, and that's why the this year thing bothered me. Because if this was 2018 and 2018's GDP deflator is that, it's easier to track the this year versus base year thing. Throws people off. Peyton, yes, I have a question that does that. I have a bank balance sheet question I'm going to do. Don't worry. I got you. So real equals nominal over deflator times 100. The nominal was 6,000. We found that already. The deflator is 150. They gave that to me. 6,000 over 150 is really just 600 over 15, which you're like, yeah, I know what that is. You're like, yes, I know what 600 divided by 15 is. The good news is, guys, watch this cool thing you can do. This pro tip is watch this crazy thing I'm about to do. I'm about to hit new tab. Oh my God, the numbers stayed. And then I'm going to do 6,000 divided by 150. Got it. That's allowed. That's fine. They don't care. Also, or you have a graphic calculator out and you just do that. That's also allowed. It's 4,000. Oh God, that's a terrible. My 4s are the ones that look the worst because of how I draw a 4. 4,000. What this means in the context of the question is, okay, so because there was 50% inflation between these 2 years, even though your nominal GDP was 6,000, really your GDP was 4,000. Because 50% of 4,000 is 2,000, toss that on top, you get 6,000. I wouldn't try and reverse engineer that math, you can, but it's just not great to work backwards from that. So again, I plugged out this formula because I had the deflator and the nominal GDP. I had found those. Most of the time, they will give you the deflator if they're trying to have you do it. If they ask you to find the deflator, deflator equals nominal over real times 100. So if they gave you enough information to find the nominal and real GDP, then they could ask you to find the deflator using that. That's another way to do it. You only do formulas given what you've got. So since the base year, workers have received a 20% increase in their nominal wages. Again, for those of you that don't understand, nominal wages are just your actual paycheck. Just how much you're getting paid is your nominal wages. People are getting paid 20% more since the base year. Cool. If they face the same inflation that I calculated in part BI, which is this, 50% inflation, meaning everything in the economy is 50% more expensive, which is, let's go with not good. That's not a good sign. What has happened to their real wages? Real wages is the actual value of their wages, their spending power. If they go into a store, are they going to have more problems buying stuff or less problems buying stuff? If everything's 50% more expensive, even if they get a 20% raise, their real wages have gone down. Why? Because real wages take into account the inflation. Forex market is not covered. Oponder, whatever your name is, I think it's Oliver. Oliver, yeah, there's no Forex market. International trade is not on this exam. Now, imports, exports can be kind of, because, You should know what an import and export are, but like international trade, capital flow, that kind of thing. A current and financial account, that's not in there. So what has happened to real wages? They have gone down because even though they're getting a 20% pay raise, everything in the economy is 50% more expensive. So they have less spending power now. They are effectively poorer, even though they're getting paid more. You can make more money, but if everything's more expensive by a lot, then you're not really richer. You're actually poorer. You can't buy as much stuff now. Oh god, that was meant to be a semicolon. I just dragged my thumb. Okay. And that's because it's not the real explanation. This is the simplified version. This is not what you write. 50 is greater than 20 is not what you write. That's the logic. Do you have to calculate how much they go down? No, you do not. You could say 30% because that's accurate, but you don't have to calculate how much they go down. It doesn't ask you to find the change in real wages. It just asks you, did they increase, decrease, or stay the same? It's a fair question, Ashlyn. Okay, if the GDP deflator in Gala land increases unexpectedly, I mean, let's say it goes from 150 to 180, would a borrower with a fixed interest rate loan be better or worse off? This goes into the topic of who benefits from unexpected inflation. We've gone over this before, but it is a tricky thing, so follow along and listen carefully because the explanation is the critical part, because you don't get this without the explanation. So, if there is more inflation than expected, a borrower will benefit. Reason being, say you borrow $30,000 to buy a car right now. Cool, you take $30,000 loan out, you buy a car with $30,000. Now you have the car, you've got to pay back $30,000 plus a little bit of interest over X number of years. Well, if there is a lot of unexpected inflation, your interest rate is fixed, you're actually paying back less in value than the bank had originally negotiated. Because the bank's negotiation of an interest rate is based on what they expect the inflation rate to be, because they want to make a profit still. But if there's way more inflation than expected, you're actually going to be paying back less in value, because your interest rate's staying the same no matter what. It's fixed here. So borrowers benefit because they pay back less in value than what they got initially. Like imagine if that inflation happens, that same car could cost $60,000 by the time the person pays back the loan, and maybe they only had to pay back $45,000 based off interest. That person netted $15,000 in profit because they got benefited from the unexpected inflation. So borrowers benefit, which means lenders are getting screwed. Like lenders suffer when there's unexpected inflation, borrowers benefit when there's unexpected inflation, and the final group, savers, are also hurt by unexpected inflation because they're anticipating, hey, I want to save $1 million for when I retire. Cool, there's a bunch of inflation. $1 million doesn't really cover it anymore. Ah, crap. I was hoping that would have worked. It's no, it doesn't, so now you can't retire when you want to because prices went up more than you thought. So, borrowers benefit from inflation, lenders and savers are hurt by it. So, they're better off. And that's because they're paying back less in value than what they had initially borrowed. And that's the logic for that. Other questions, comments, and concerns? That is tricky. That is a tricky logic thing. The good news here, this is a two-pointer, saying it and explaining it. If you can't explain it, but you can at least just write it down right now on a piece of paper because you are at home, or open up a tab and take a quick note. Borrowers benefit from unexpected inflation. Lenders and savers are hurt. Yes, sorry, I should have mentioned that. How did I know that it was inflation happening? If the GDP deflator is increasing, that means there is more inflation. Because if this was 180 instead of 150, then the inflation rate would have been 80% as opposed to 50%. The higher the GDP deflator, the higher the inflation rate. The value of money they are returning after borrowing has decreased. Perfect, that is exactly the right logic. Why does a long-run adjustment produce a higher price level than policy? That'll depend on the situation. It is not inherently going to cause that. That'll actually depend on the situation. If you're in a recession, it'll actually result in less of a price level. So come on, that'll actually matter based on scenario. I'll go through a problem or two of that. If you're starting at full employment, it will. Okay, I think we're good with this FRQ. Okay. And again, this is a live stream. Feel free to go back in the video if you want to look at the questions, answers again. All right, so this is a bank balance sheet problem that's just not listed as a balance sheet. It has the same kind of logical problems that a bank balance sheet question would have, though. This is a how do banks change the money supply problem stuff, all that. So Quan, basically keep that question and then remind me about it after I finish these 5 FRQs, and I'll work through a problem like that. So I don't think one of these FRQs does that. But I'll show you 2 situations, one where that is true, one where that's not true. So we've got the reserve requirement is 20% and banks are holding no excess reserves. What this statement means is that banks are going to lend like crazy. Can I go over MPS, MPC? Yeah, I can. Terms ready again? Yeah, I can. No worries, guys. We got 4 hours. I got you. So we've got, what this no excess reserves things means that banks are going to lend out all of their excess reserves every single time. Banks got to hold on to 20%. That means banks are going to lend out 80%. They aren't going to hold them. They're not going to keep them in the back. They're just going to friggin' loan it because they want to make money. So assume that Kim deposits $100 of cash from her pocket into her checking account and calculate each of the following. How much can the bank initially lend? What is the total change in deposits in the banking system? And what is the change in the money supply? Maximum. So, initially lend. How much of that $100 deposit can they initially lend? Well, they have to hold on to 20% of it, right? So out of that 100, 20 are going to the required reserves. You can't see because my giant head. Let's move that down here. Out of that 120 are going to the required reserves. 80 would normally go to the excess reserves, but in this problem, they are just going to loan it out. So how much can they initially lend? 80. Out of that deposit, this bank can lend out $80. How much will that change demand deposits in the banking system? When you see this phrase, or this phrase, maximum change. The only reason why it doesn't apply up here is because it says initially right there. That initially sort of saves it. When you see a maximum change or a maximum total change in a thing, that is a multiplier problem. You need to be using the multiplier with whatever the hell you're doing there. The multiplier is going to come into play. So, for this type of problem, this is a banking problem. So the multiplier you're going to use is the money multiplier. And that equals 1 over your reserve requirement. How you use that problem is it's going to be something times this equals something. It'll actually depend on what we're talking about. We have almost exclusively done this. This is one of a couple of FRQs where they've asked about the change in demand deposit. So I'm going to do 3 first, and I'll come back to 2, because my students are very familiar with this and less familiar with this. So to find the change in the money supply, what you do is you find the change in excess reserves, which we already figured that out was 80, because that should go to the excess reserves and then gets loaned out, times the money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. This also could have said the maximum amount of change in overall loans that banks can give out over an extended period of time. That would have also been fine. So I do 80 times 1 over the reserve requirement. My reserve requirement is 20%, so this is going to be 80 times 1 over 0.2. 1 over 0.2 is 5, for those of you that are not as mathematically talented. Totally fine. There's no math prereq for econ, and you can use a calculator this year, so that's even easier. 80 times 5 is 400. Oh my god, my fours are terrible on this thing. $400. That is the answer to 3, not to 2. I have not answered 2 yet. I'm going to use red for 2. So, the change in demand deposits. Now, let's go through the logic of the multiplier effect. The money multiplier effect is based on the idea that when you deposit your money into a bank account, the bank is going to loan out a portion of that, and then that person who takes out that loan is going to deposit that money in their bank account, and then it repeats, basically. Because any money deposited, regardless of where it comes from, is subject to be loaned out, even if it was money that was deposited because it was from a previous loan. banks are basically doing here is taking Kim's $100 deposit and creating $400 of money that technically didn't exist by loaning out loans of loans. Only reason why the banks can do this is because they can get away with it because of time, because it takes time to pay back a loan and everything. So when they're doing that, it is people are depositing money into a bank, borrowing it and loaning it, depositing, borrowing and loaning, depositing, borrowing and loaning. The deposit step is actually happening each time. So there is a change in demand deposits. Basically, if they could have loaned out $400 over time, how much had to have been deposited there over time? What you do here is very similar to this, except instead of the excess reserves, which is the amount of loanable money, you use the deposit. You do change in deposits times the money multiplier will give you the change. This is all deltas. These are terrible triangles. I apologize. These are the delta symbol for change, which means change in. Change in deposits, I'm going to say OT as in over time. You take the change in deposits, which was $100, multiply it by the money multiplier, which is still 5, that hasn't changed. We'll get you the change in deposits over time, which means this will end up being 500. The answer to 2 is 500. The answer to 3 is 400. That should logically make sense because if they were able to loan out 400 over time, how much had to have been deposited there over time? Well, they have to hold on to 20% of each deposit, so 500 would have had to have been deposited because 400 is 80% of 500. Oh my god. Sorry. I've been lucky to not have been getting murdered by my allergies in this last stretch of time. B. Assume that the Federal Reserve buys $5 million in government bonds on the open market. As a result of the open market purchase, calculate the maximum increase in the money supply in the banking system. So it is, again, maximum increase in the money supply. In this situation, it is basically ignore Kim's whole bit. This whole Kim thing doesn't matter. This is a separate thing. The Fed is buying $5 million in bonds on the open market. Where are they buying them from? Probably banks. Banks are the ones that hold the majority of government bonds. So let's say they're buying them from banks. That means $5 million is going where? To banks. Now here's the important thing. Where does that money go? Is that a deposit in the bank? No, it is not. The banks had $5 million worth of bonds. They sold them to the Fed. The Fed gave them $5 million cash. Basically, what can the bank do with that $5 million? The answer is whatever the hell they want. That $5 million is all excess reserves because none of that has to be deposited there. None of that is subject to the reserve requirement. So what is the maximum increase in the money supply? You do this formula again. Excess reserves times multiplier equals change in the money supply. The excess reserves change is $5 million. You do the money multiplier, which is still 5, which will give you $25 million. So because bonds are not like a deposit, they're a separate, different thing, all of this money goes into the excess reserves category. All of that money can be used by a bank. The bank, that's money for the bank now. The bank can just loan that freely. So 5 times 5 is 25 million. That's the important part there. And then given the increase in the money supply in part B, what happens to real wages in the short run? Oh boy. So I'm gonna pause here. Questions over A and B so far. Because C is an entirely separate thing and it's frankly actually a graph thing. So I'm gonna give us some time and I'm going to draw C, because C will require me to draw actually 2 graphs, which is annoying. But to best explain it, I'll need to draw 2 graphs. I'm also going to do a quick second to check my email because I am wondering if I will be getting emails from students in this class and in my WAP class. Luckily, there are a lot of other things for WAP. There aren't nearly as many for econ. Let's see. No, nothing. Okay, cool. Loanable funds market, question mark? Not here. This is actually a money market thing. What makes the money multiplier 5? Money multiplier equals 1 over your reserve requirement, Jordan, and my reserve requirement is 20%, so 1 over 0.2. And 0.2 goes into 1 5 times. Good question, Jordan. I skipped over it here, but it was the same thing that matters up there. Yeah, Ashton's got it. There is a delay between the stream and the chat, so if you're like, well, didn't he just say that? Or it was like a 30-second delay. Thank you guys for helping him in the chat. That's very nice of you. Okay. So, for part C. Part C is asking, okay, let me move my camera up a little bit, actually. There we go. C says, given the increase in money supply, what happens to real wages in the short run? Okay, well, in the short run, things to know. Nominal wages, they're fixed. In the short run, in short periods of time, people's paychecks don't change. So what you have to figure out here is inflation happening? Is deflation happening? Question mark. Oh yeah, that's a point too. Yeah. So what's happening there? Well, how do we figure that out? When you change the money supply, does that change the graph where inflation matters? Well, what graph is inflation being changed? Your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph has that. On our aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph, the y-axis is price level, guys. Remember, when price level goes up, that means there's inflation. When price level goes down, that means there's either disinflation or deflation, but prices are going up or they're going down. So, does this graph get changed by C? Yes, it does. Why? There's a change in the money supply. At no point does it say the word here, but in B, the Fed is buying bonds. That is a monetary policy, and that is an expansionary monetary policy. The Fed buying bonds increases the money supply. Like that. Well, when we do that, when the money supply increases, interest rates start to fall, because if banks now have more cash on hand and can loan out more money, so technically, Matt, you could have drawn this as a supply shift on the loanable funds market graph that would have had the same effect. Interest rates will fall. And if that happens, if interest rates get lower, what happens on our aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph? Well, spending is going to go up. I'll get to that, Ashlyn. Spending is going to rise if your interest rates fall, because if interest rates go down, that means the price of a loan is lower now. Yes, Matt, real wage is higher. Pause on that. Real wage is higher. Pause on that. But the first half of that thing that you're saying, yes. You could do this could be loanable funds supply increase as well. Interest rates will fall, which will drive up investment spending or consumer spending, which means that aggregate demand will go up. Which is going to increase price level. For those of you that are wondering what I'm drawing here, it's this. The red is everything from this problem so far. Increased money supply, because we did do that. Interest rates go down, which drives up spending in our economy, which means AD goes up, which means price level is rising, which means there is inflation happening. Increase in inflation. People are getting paid the same. Prices are going up. What's happening to real wages? They're falling. Here's the fun part. It tells you to explain that. So how to explain that? Let me go through what you would write on this year's AP exam, because drawing is not forbidden, but like if you're going to type your answers, it's not really a thing you can do. So what I would be putting in my explanation here, I would say, due to the increased money supply, that will decrease interest rates in the economy, because banks can now lend more and thereby charge less for loans, period. By lowering interest rates, that'll increase spending levels in the economy because of the increased ease of borrowing. If you're a business or and you have to write this is like parentheses. If you're a business or a consumer, you can now borrow and spend more, period. Due to that increase in spending, prices will rise in the economy. As those prices rise and people's nominal wages are fixed, their real wages will fall because their spending power has now decreased. That is a long explanation. That is like at least 3 sentences, probably 5 lines worth of an explanation. Again, that explanation is worth the same amount of points as this, as just writing 80 here. So if you don't know how to explain it, or if you don't know what the answer is here at all, spoiler, it's probably either increase, decrease, it may stay the same, but it probably doesn't. It's probably going to be an increase or a decrease. Put one of those two things and then just sort of hope and pray that you put the right one if you have no idea. If you have an idea, put it and try to explain it. This one, I mean, I had to draw all this to explain it, so it would take a while to explain that one. The good news is if you know how to do the math, the first part of this could take you very little time. If you know how to do the math... Oh, Saeed, what's up? This could take you not a lot of time. Ashland's question before I get off of this. What's the difference between deflation and disinflation? Good question. Disinflation is a decrease in inflation rate. That is like saying that we go from 4% inflation one year to 3% inflation the next year. There is still inflation happening, but less of it than before. Deflation is negative inflation. Deflation means prices are actually going down. Disinflation means prices are going up at a slower rate than before. Basically, disinflation is slowing down your car. Deflation is driving in reverse. When you're slowing down your car, you're dropping. In an explanation, can you use some abbreviations? Stuff like SM for money supply, AD for aggregate demand, probably interest rates. Probably don't want to abbreviate that because you're also going to have inflation rate probably as part of your explanation, so I might not. PL should be okay for price level. Trying to think. Generally, no, I wouldn't abbreviate stuff. If it's a line in a graph, yeah, you can abbreviate that because lines in graphs are abbreviated a lot of the time. So that part's fine. If it's an axis on a graph, dicey, especially inflation and interest rates because they have different abbreviations and they don't always make sense. So I probably wouldn't abbreviate inflation or interest rate because they're both IR. Okay. Next question. Let me see if this is what I wanted to do. Oh, no, I actually can't do this problem. This is a value of the currency problem. I should have removed that. I'll find another question that's a long-run adjustment, and I'll go over that. I forgot that one was an international trade problem. I read it, and I was like, cool, this is over a lot of graphs. And I didn't see the first part of it was international trade. And I'm like, oh, let's cancel that. Okay, so here is another bank balance sheet problem. The previous one was kind of like this, but it wasn't presented in this, form, which is what Peyton was asking for. And this is, again, an FRQ type that I think is very likely this year on the AP exam. You've got Sewell Bank. They've got assets. They've got liabilities. This is the amount of stuff they can use. This is the amount that they are responsible for. To be clear, it's the same money. They've got $20,000 that they have to be able to provide if someone asks. They turned that $20,000 into this. They have to hold on to $2,000 of it. They have zero of it in their excess reserves, meaning they have loaned out everything they can. So if you submit a picture with the graphs, would you suggest we still explain or to let the picture of the graph do the talking for us? If you can, so here's the thing, Nick, that's a good question. Graphs are not required in this year's AP exam. If you draw a graph and you're unsure of if you labeled it or did it right, circle it and cross it out. Circle it and cross it out if you don't know. If you're not sure if your graph is perfect, make sure they don't grade it. Circle it and cancel it. If you're very confident that it's right, feel free to reference it in your explanation. As shown in my graph here, draw an arrow or label it like figure 6.1 or whatever stupid textbook things you see. You can do that, but there's your basic idea. Quan, I also like bank balance sheets because I think they're like I got a reference this in class. I think they're like a economics nerd version of a Sudoku puzzle, because it's just like moving stuff around and trying to figure out how it balances. It's really easy once you get used to it. If you're not used to it, it sucks. But if you do like 14 of these, you get really good at them. Did I order a vanilla bean frap? My girlfriend asked what I wanted from Starbucks. I couldn't think, and I panicked, and it was on DoorDash, so there were less options than me making a butterbeer frappuccino. So yes, I just ordered a vanilla bean frappuccino. I didn't want chocolate. Students have been giving me a lot of chocolate for teacher appreciation, so I'm good on chocolate, so I went with vanilla bean. Okay, so we got that this bank has loaned out $8,000. This bank has bought $7,000 worth of bonds. They have $7,000 worth of bonds. This is not $7,000. This is $7,000 of bonds. I am very white, guys. Yeah, I do drink vanilla bean frappuccinos. And then building and fixtures. Yeah, they used some of this money to upgrade the bank. That happens. Okay. Based on this balance sheet, what is the reserve requirement ratio? Here's the important part. What is this? What are required reserves? What is the reserve requirement ratio? It is the percentage of people's deposits that a bank has to hold on to. Percentage of deposits they've got to hold on to. So it's not out of 20, it's just out of 10. So what is 2,000 to 10,000? Well, that's 20%. Jordan, thank you. And Kim, thank you as well. It does taste good. There's a fight in the chat over Starbucks. Starbucks is not that good anyway. It's just close, and my girlfriend got some for herself, so she offered to get me some. She's very nice. 20%. Okay. I don't drink frappuccinos. I don't know who Christian Ponder is, other than the quarterback for the Vikings. Okay. Suppose the Federal Reserve purchases $5,000 worth of bonds from Sewell Bank. So the Federal Reserve is buying these. Okay? What will be the change in dollar values of the excess reserves and the demand deposits? Base of it. Owner's equity is not a deposit. Owner's equity is like the ownership stake in the bank. So no, it doesn't actually count. For the sake of the reserve requirement, it doesn't. For the sake of 20,000, it does. Again, the reserve requirement is the percentage of people's deposits or of deposits. Adam's actually right. It's basically useless. You don't really ever do anything with this in a question other than it does balance still. This does count for the balancing aspect, but it doesn't count for anything else. Demand deposits are money that me and you put in a bank. Owner's equity is like the owner of the bank's like stake in the bank. How much money they have personally invested into the bank to help it be more successful. It's not a deposit. The owner has basically given that money to the bank. It is listed as a liability because, technically speaking, a lot of the times the owners expect a return on their equity. So they're liable for at least how much you put in. For the sake of the problem, all you've got to know is this 10,000 will basically never change. I'm focused on this 10,000 because it's the deposits. So the Fed buys $5,000 worth of bonds from Sewell Bank. This bank has now less bonds, right? The Federal Reserve bought $5,000 from this bank. This bank has $5,000 less in bonds, so they've got $2,000 in bonds now. But what did this bank get in return for those bonds? $5,000, right? This bank was given $5,000 for $5,000 worth of bonds. So the bank gave the Fed bonds. The Fed gave the bank $5,000 of cash. Where does that money go? Is that a deposit? No, because no one's deposited into the bank. This money was strictly given to the bank. So that money goes to the excess reserves. The excess reserves changed by $5,000. The demand deposits don't change at all. No new money was deposited there. Again, demand deposits are deposits in that bank, and nobody deposited anything there. The Federal Reserve bought something from the bank, a thing the bank owned, which was a bond. Swap. Take $5,000 out of this because they gave $5,000 worth of bonds to the Fed. Put $5,000 here because the Fed gave them $5,000 cash. Do both sides still balance? Yes. This still adds up to 20,000. This is still 20,000. Is the reserve requirement still true? Yes, this is still 20% of this. So far, I'm good. How much can the money supply change? Maximum amount, which means multiplier. Maximum amount means multiplier. As a result of the $5,000 purchase of bonds by the Federal Reserve. Okay. How do we do this again? You do change in excess reserves times your multiplier equals the change in the money supply. My excess reserves. For questions like that, do we put the number or do we write the sentence? You show your work when appropriate. In this type of problem, I am not sure if you... It doesn't say to explain it, and I don't know if you really show it. So I would just write excess reserves now equal $5,000, and there is no change in demand deposits. If you want to write it out just to be safe, it's not a bad idea, saying because that money is now usable by the bank, it goes directly to the excess reserves, so it's just $5,000 in the excess reserves, and then because no money was deposited in the bank, there is no change in demand deposits. That would cover you, just to be safe, and that's about like a one sentence, maybe 1 to 2 line explanation of it. Write 5,000 at the start. If you have time, finish it out. Matt, great question. I'll get to that as soon as I solve this. I want to talk about that, actually. That's an awesome question. Excess reserves times multiplier. Excess reserves is 5,000 times the multiplier, which is 1 over 0.2 again, so that's 5 for 25,000 being my answer. So what Matt asked was if he had messed up on the required reserve ratio. Effectively for Matt, I think he had done that this was 20 and so this is 10%. Does that matter? I have a couple of documents, Ashlyn, on my Moodle that have the formulas on there. So what's going to happen is you actually get points for doing the work correctly. If you have the wrong answer but you follow the work correctly, so if you had done this as 10% here, so you had 10 here as your multiplier, you would get the point for C. Because it is all based on what you have as your answer here. This is true for graph problems as well, because a lot of times on a graph problem it'll say, based on the change in interest rates illustrated in part CI, or identified in part CI. If you did part CI wrong, but you follow that answer correctly, you could get the later point. So it's kind of like your math exams in that if you make a mistake early but follow that mistake correctly, like you use that mistake in the appropriate ways that you should be using the right answer, then yes, you will get the point. That is fine. Thankfully, Econ is forgiving on that. So if you had messed up here, or if you had messed up here, say you had 4,000 as the excess reserves and you used 4,000 times 5, you could still get the point for C. That's why a lot of the times on a problem like this, you should never leave an answer blank. If you're like, I don't know what the excess reserves are, put a number there. Put a random number there, and then use that number here in C. So correct line of reasoning from an incorrect inference will give points. Correct, Phil. Correct line of reasoning from an incorrect previous point will get you the points. Yes. Especially on the math problems. This is a short FRQ, yes, Saeed. This is if it's parts A through D or E, it is a short FRQ. If it's parts A through F, G, or H, that is typically a long FRQ. So this would be like your 15-minute FRQ. When the Federal Reserve purchases bonds, what will happen to the price of bonds in the open market? There's a couple ways you could answer this. A really easy way would be that it goes up, and if you wanted to be like the annoying person who like knows how supply and demand works, that's because there is a overall higher demand for bonds now, so it should go up in price. That is actually correct of an explanation. The technical one that the AP exam is usually looking for is because interest rates fall, the price of previously issued bonds goes up. But whatever. This one is fairly simple, I think, because again, there's a graph that is not necessarily taught in the course that you can teach. That's the bond market. I don't teach it because you've had enough graphs at this point. I don't want to brutally murder you with another graph, but demand goes up. Patrick, will long and short FRQs have similar questions? The only difference between the amount of questions? Typically, it's the only difference is the amount of questions, although you can see in a short FRQ that it's a lot more confined to like one unit or area. Like this FRQ really doesn't reach outside of unit 4, maybe unit 5 on AP Macro. It really only covers money market, monetary policy, that kind of thing. Whereas a long FRQ will branch over multiple units. A long FRQ is going to use stuff from multiple units. I've seen long FRQs where they have you draw 4 graphs. Where they're like, hey, do ADAS and Phillips curve, also money market. Oh, and could you draw a production possibilities curve here at the end too? Like, a long FRQ is meant to be very cumulative, where a short FRQ is meant to be more of a sample of an individual skill or topic. So the ones we've done so far are mostly short FRQs, because it's like, hey, this is a GDP short FRQ, this is a GDP short FRQ, these last 2 have been bank balance short FRQs. E. Suppose that instead of the purchase of bonds of the Federal Reserve, so C and D and B didn't happen, individual deposits $5,000 in cash into her checking, aka demand deposit account. What is the immediate effect, on the M1 measure of the money supply? Those in my class that have watched these videos, you should know this by now, because this question itself has shown up on almost every single bank balance sheet problem. In fact, the one we just did was one of the few that it hasn't shown up on, which is what happens to the money supply immediately if someone deposits money into their bank account. And the answer is nothing. I'm yelling that because I have had to answer this specific question about 12 times now. You missed how A was done. Can you run through that real again after E? Yeah, Jordan, that's fine. Nothing happens to M1. Here is why. M1 is made up of 2 things. Cash and deposits. Checkable deposits is how it's typically listed, but it's really just demand deposits and all that stuff. So nothing happened. I'll go over D again if you want me to. But nothing happens to E. Nothing happens in E because M1 is made up of cash and deposits. So when someone deposits money from cash into their bank account, the money supply hasn't changed. It's overall the same. What's happened is there's 5,000 less of this, but there's 5,000 more of this, which nets to no change. Nothing. It's because both count. Both of those things count in terms of the money supply, so it doesn't really matter which category you put it under, cash or demand deposits. So there's no change. They ask that a lot on these types of questions of like, hey, if someone withdraws money from their bank account, what happens to the money supply? Nothing. That would be insane. That would be crazy if every time you went to a bank and withdrew or deposited money, it changed the money supply immediately. Money supply is now bigger or lower. It's like, no, not really. M2 is M1 plus savings, right? Yeah. A couple of, and like mutual funds and a couple of other things, but in terms of big important things, Saeed, yeah. M2 is M1 plus like savings accounts and stuff like that. Way to go, Saeed. Okay, so I have 16. Oh, God, of course. Thank you for notifying everybody, Matt. Nice. Yeah. Boom. Jordan nailed it. Okay. All right. Yeah, that number changes quite a bit. Okay. So Jordan asked if I could do A again. Yeah, mutual funds. What is M0? M0 is the monetary base. M0 is money in circulation and held by the Fed. So it's different from the money supply because the money supply we don't attribute money that's in the Federal Reserves, like reserves, towards it. The M0, which won't come up, it's a thing they've asked us to teach now, but realistically I don't know how they even put that on an FRQ. It is money that is also includes money held by the Federal Reserve, or it's primarily money held by the Federal Reserve. It is the baseline of money in our economy. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, sorry. Oh, so back to A for Jordan. So, Jordan, the reserve ratio is the percentage of people's deposits that banks have to hold on to. You always look at the required reserves for that. But then what I compare that to on the liability side is the deposits. 2,000 to 10,000, that's 20%. Owner's equity is not a deposit. Owner's equity is how much money the owner has. When I say put into the bank, I don't mean deposited. I mean like given to the bank as a business so that the bank can actually use it to make profit, the same way that like the owners and CEOs of McDonald's might personally put some of their money into it as a stake of ownership to allow that business to spend more. Like when a company sells stocks, they are selling equity. They're giving a stake in it. Matt, thanks. That's the right answer for Austin. Yeah, loanable funds has nominal, has real. Money market has nominal. That graph cheat sheet is on my Moodle. For those of you that aren't in my class, this like graph cheat sheet thing that I made, it's on my Super Saturday video, which is on my YouTube channel. Just go to that video in its description, and you should be able to find a link on a drive to this document, which is just a cheat sheet for the graphs. So if you wanted to like print that out for the exam, you could have that. For those of you guys that aren't in my class and are just watching the video live, if you go back to my library and you look at this AP Super Saturday video I did from like 5 days ago, then you'll see that in the description. This is linked in the description. Created a whole lot of problems for NISD letting people watch that video though, because it's a cheat sheet in the description. They're like, cheating! It's like, no, it's a cheat sheet. It's a whole other thing. Don't worry, College Board won't get you in trouble for having a file called a cheat sheet open. Otherwise, just save it under a different name if you're nervous about that. Okay, these are the FRQs that I have. I want to make sure that I go back and answer, oh God, who was it? Find this one, Quan's question. The long run adjustment thing he was asking about. So for this one, Quan, I'm going to do it on my whiteboard. So I'm going to use the bigger cam for it, so the whiteboard is more prevalent. Aren't graphs canceled? You do not have to draw the graphs, Adam. However, they can ask questions like, when there is an increase in government spending, what will happen to each of the following? And they could ask, like, what will happen to aggregate demand, what will happen to price level, what will happen to real output? That is basically a graph problem. It's not asking you that you have to draw it, but knowing what the graph looks like and what to do on it is helpful. Is the only way you can cheat? Yeah, collaborating is the way to cheat. If you're collaborating with other people, then you are cheating. Like during the exam, if you're collaborating, like if I did this live stream during the exam and I just asked, what do you guys see? What are we looking at? And I just worked through them rapidly, that's cheating. Could totally do that. I'm not gonna do that. So let's do this long run self-adjustment thing. Okay. So what Quan was asking about was, why does the long run self-adjustment always result in a higher price level than the government fixing the problem? And that is only true certain times. So let's start a question in long run equilibrium. Let's say the question at hand says you have an economy that's currently operating at full employment. Saeed, good. Yes, that's right. You have an economy that's at full employment. That means my ADAS graph looks like this because everything's hunky-dory and going great. And we're currently where LRAS is because that's where we're supposed to be. LRAS is full employment. We're at full employment. Yay. Okay. Let's say we have an increase in consumer spending due to Trump's tax plan. Let's do Trump's tax plan. That's a decent example. Price of bonds increases when there's a fall interest rate. Ali, yes, I'll come back to that. If I don't come back to it, Ali, just remind me. I'll absolutely get to that. That's a good question. So, decrease in taxes on people, AD goes up. Cool, right? All right. The long run self-adjustment. This states that in the long run, if the government is not involved, what will happen is the aggregate supply curve is going to shift. That's what the long-run self-adjustment is. It is the invisible hand of the market. It is classical economics. It's the basic idea that given enough time, the economy is going to, through supply and demand, basically sort itself out. The idea being, in your normal supply and demand stuff, we would always say if you're not at equilibrium, then eventually your market would get back to that by changing prices and wages and everything to get there. That's what's going to happen here. Is, in the long run, what'll happen? Well, price level has gone up, right? We can see that off of this short run shift. Well, if price level has gone up, prices are going to rise in our economy. And if you're a worker in a business and everything's getting more expensive, you're probably going to demand a higher wage, right? Because most businesses will give their workers a cost of living adjustment. That is a very normal thing for lots of businesses that don't pay the minimum wage to do. So, if that happens, if businesses have to pay their workers more, then my aggregate supply curve would shift to the left, and that would increase my price level further, because if businesses pay their workers more, they're going to have to lay off workers, cut back on their production, and if they do that, in order to maintain the same level of profit, they're going to have to actually charge more anyway. So this is the long-run self-adjustment causing more inflation than if the government fixes it, because if the government were to try and fix the problem was that there was too high of prices, the government would pursue a contractionary policy. And if they perform an appropriate contractionary policy, say a decrease in government spending or a increase in taxes, so they undo their tax thing, you would just have this 80 shift go back. So we wouldn't have this high price level, we would go back to the original price level. So if you're starting off at full employment, then yes, it is generally better for the government to step in because they can get you back to the original price level because it was off of their shift first. Lots of questions, sorry. How does an increase in SRAS impact income? It'll Saeed, careful on that. Careful on that, because it depends on what we're talking about in terms of the income thing. So if there's an increase in SRAS on its own, say it's because there's an improvement in technology, say it's because there's an improvement in capital or something like that, then income would actually increase, because if that happens, businesses can then afford to hire more workers and increase overall income. Now, if there is a long-run self-adjustment for Abby's thing, which this is the other point, Quan, to why that might not be true, is situations like this, which is to say, okay, instead of starting off at full employment, say a question starts off with you in a recession. Yeah, but just because you decrease wages doesn't mean you decrease income, because if you decrease wages but hire more people, overall income could increase, it could decrease, it could stay the same. Income would actually be indeterminate. Just because wages go down doesn't mean income goes down, because if wages go down and more people are hired, more people working means more income. Lower wages means less income. Wait, I don't know which one's winning. So careful on the income part of that. But here's where, Quan, I would have issue with what your teacher said, which is, if this is where my economy is starting, if I'm starting off in a recession and the long-run adjustment happens, it would be what these guys are talking about, which is that SRAS would have to increase to get back to full employment, which would happen if businesses cut wages and hire more people to ramp up their productivity. That's what happens in recessions. You're seeing it happen right now, is that places like Amazon are cutting overall wages for new entry-level workers and hiring more workers to ramp up overall productivity. This would actually result in a lower price level than if the government fixed it. So it's kind of situation specific. In terms of does it always end up with a higher price level? No, not always. Let me make sure that I can do some. So I need to get back to Allie's thing, but I'll do that after I do the aggregate demand supply graph. Adam asked, what was for stagflation? Stagflation is on your aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph. It could also be shown on your Phillips curve. But what that looks like, and you don't have to have long run for that. Stagflation is when you have a decrease in your SRAS. When your aggregate supply line shifts left, you end up having stagflation because your equilibrium now my new equilibrium point has a higher inflation rate because of higher price level and a higher unemployment rate because of lower GDP. Basically, when you decrease supply, two bad things happen. You get higher prices and less productivity. When you have that, you have stagflation. Would population change SRAS or LRAS? Typically, definitely changes SRAS. LRAS, it's up for debate because it depends on is this working age population or overall population? Is this more babies? Because babies don't really help our productivity. It is tricky on that. So careful with the idea of population changes. If it's more productive population, that would increase both. You can see quite a few things that will actually increase both. Technology is something that changes your immediate ability to produce and your ideal amount of production. Capital, same thing. Labor productivity is also one of those things. So Dylan, if you're asking what else changes LRAS, labor productivity. How smart and good and high quality your workers are is another thing that could change LRAS. Parker was asking, can you do a problem where LRAS shifts? I mean, I can. It's not necessarily a graph thing. You don't always graph this. But basically, anytime interest rates go down and investment spending goes up, it leads to more capital, that would increase LRAS. Trying to think of LRAS as anything different than your ideal amount of production. And if you have something that changes your ideal amount of production, that's stuff like, do you have more or less technology and machinery? It's like, well, I've got more machinery. It's like, then wouldn't your ideal production be better? It's like, well, yeah, because we've got more machines. It's like, cool, then LRAS would be more to the right. But size of workforce affects LRAS, right? Workforce, yes. That's why I said population. It has to be specifically working population. Terms of trade. I got a terms of trade problem to work through. Don't worry. I want to answer Ali's question, the price of bonds thing, because that was actually a part of this FRQ. I kind of blew through it. Let me put back on the with everything thing. Oh my, how? I was just here, AP Classroom. It's the same for me, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering. Does it log you out every 5 seconds? It logs me out every 5 seconds too, don't worry. Austin asked for this, so blame him FRQs. These are his. Well, mine, but he asked for this. Okay, so this one. Ali was asking about how I got the answer to D. And I want to make sure I hit this because this is actually a complicated thing. Quan, I'll get to your question. And Ayan, we will definitely hit a term of trade problem in this, don't worry. So when the Fed purchases bonds, what happens to the price of bonds in the open market? So the simple explanation there is the demand for bonds goes up. But the actual explanation for it is based on interest rates. So when the Fed buys bonds, what happens to overall interest rates in your economy? This is a money market graph thing. This is an expansionary monetary policy thing, which means that interest rates will end up falling. This is what happens in D. The Fed's buying bonds, so now banks and people have more cash on hand, so the money supply is improving, so interest rates go down. That is not the answer, this is just what you need to have to find the answer. Look for your explanation. Interest rates go down. So when this happens, this causes the price of bonds to go up. Let's walk through that. This is complicated, so please, those of you in the chat who are asking questions, pause for a second. Give me some time on this, because this takes a little bit to explain. The bond thing is almost always a very complicated thing for students to grasp. I had to do it yesterday too, but this is a normal thing that I have to explain a lot, so no stress on those of you that need it. When you buy a bond, the interest rate with that bond is locked in. The idea for a bond is you most bonds are issued like $100 or $1,000. Say you buy a $1,000 bond at 5% interest. That means once it reaches maturity, which is typically like 2 years, 2 or 10 years is your normal time, you get paid back in full plus interest for each year. So if it's a $1,000 bond with 5% interest, that means by the end of the deal you'd get $1,100. You get kicked back at basically $100 because it's 5% accrued twice for the 2 years. Now, when interest rates go down, that does not change the interest rate of the bond you already have. A previously issued bond's interest rate is locked into play. What this changes is all of the new bonds. Every new $1,000 bond from the government will now have a lower interest rate. Say it's 3%. Well, cool. Your bond has a 5% interest rate. That means your bond is more valuable now than any of the new ones. So if you wanted to resell your bond to somebody else early, like before it reaches maturity, because you can do that, you can just sell it to somebody else, you could charge them more now. Because you could be like, hey, you can either buy my $1,000 bond with 5% interest, or you can buy the government's $1,000 bond with 3% interest. What do you want? You're like, well, the 5% is better. Cool. I'm going to charge you more than $1,000 for it. I'm going to charge you $1,020, $1,030, something like that. You pay that. You actually still make a little bit of a profit compared to the 30% person, the 3% person, but not by much. So interest rates and the price of, when it says bonds in the open market, these are previously issued bonds. These are bonds that have already been sold to somebody else. So when interest rates go down, it makes the value of those older bonds higher because those older bonds have a higher rate of return now because the new bonds have a lower one comparatively. When interest rates go up, the price of the bonds goes down because that means that all of your old bonds are now weaker and not as good and aren't going to make people as much money as the new ones issued by the government. That's why they are inversely related. That is a very complicated inverse relationship. So if you don't understand it, don't beat yourself up on it. At worst, it'll cost you a point. Because the only point here is having to, there's 2 points here, identify and explain. If you know that they're inversely related, move on with your life and then just write. Interest rate went down, so price of bonds goes up. You'll get the price of bonds point, you just won't get the explanation point. That's fine. You can get a 5 if you miss 1 point on a 10-point FRQ. Jordan asked if I could do point C while I was here. Sure. $5,000 purchase of bonds, which means, so for Jordan, whenever you're seeing maximum amount questions, this is always a multiplier problem. And the formula for the one that had the money supply was the change in excess reserves. Allie, no worries. I'm glad that could help. Change in excess reserves times the multiplier equals the change in the money supply. Aiden, thank you for helping. You do 5,000, which is my excess reserves based on this, because all of that goes to the excess. That's not a deposit. That money is all in the bank's hands now. Times 1 over 0.2, which is 5. Again, we've been over that. This gets me 25K. This is 1,000, to be clear. 25K is 25,000, because there's lots of, I don't want to write down any zeros. The simple answer is that they're inversely related, Landry. Interest rates go down because this is an expansionary monetary policy, so the price of bonds goes up. Yeah, the simple answer is they're inversely related, so just go with that. Scrolling through the questions, want to make sure that I have it. I will hit a term of trade problem. Do not worry, we will get that. I have a question with that. LRAS will shift if there is economic growth that is tied to capital, generally. Technically, this would work. Interest rates go down, so investment spending goes up, which leads to an increase in capital, which would shift LRAS to the right. What changes... Oh, here's a good one. What changes NRU or LRPC? Quan, really good question. The long-run Phillips curve will shift if your LRAS shifts. If your long-run aggregate supply curve shifts, then your LRPC will shift, and they'll shift in opposite directions. Because if my LRAS is further to the right, that means I have a higher level of economic growth, which should mean that I have a lower natural rate of unemployment. That is your short version. There is actually a list of things on here, I think. Here we go. Long run, Phillips curve, blah, 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 blah. That one won't ever come up. That one might. This one and this one are still things that are tied to LRAS. Labor market won't show up on your AP exam for macro. That's a micro thing. Yeah, the best way to think of your Phillips curve stuff is that it's always a reflection of your aggregate demand and aggregate supply curve. The LRPC is like if you put the LRAS in a mirror. Because the X value-wise, GDP goes up means unemployment goes down. Those are the x-axes on those two graphs. So if LRAS goes right, LRPC goes left. It's a movement of that line. Okay, I'm trying to see other things that I didn't hit before I jump to different parts of questions. I was able to answer Kwan's thing with the long-run self-adjustment. Okay, if I don't see anything else, I'm going to swing over to these questions where... What? Why? Whatever, I don't actually need it. I have this thing for the next. Ignore all my SCP videos. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. Went down a rabbit hole watching scary things. Oh my god. Okay. So, found this video which is 10 questions to get a 5. Basically, it's not 10 questions to get a 5. It's basically if you could do everything in all 10 of these questions, you should be able to get a 5, which is accurate, I think. But I'm going to jump through it a little bit to find quantity theory of money. I can do that in 5. So I'm going to do that in 5. I'll do that really quickly because that's short. This is the quantity theory of money. I was going to do that fast because I can do that much easier than going through an entire FRQ problem. The quantity theory of money states basically that money circulating in your economy will drive your GDP. Basically, GDP should equal the amount of money that's circulating in your economy at the speed that it circulates. M is the money supply, that's M1. V is the velocity of money, which is how quickly people spend it, basically. Q is nominal GDP, oh wait, sometimes V equals P times Q, not Q times T. Sorry. Yeah. P is price level, Q is total output. Sorry, I wrote down the wrong formula because I was thinking of another thing formula in my head. I have too many of these in my head. Money supply times income velocity or velocity of money equals price level times total output. Basically, this just means the amount of money circulating in your economy times how much it circulates, times how quickly it circulates equals the nominal GDP. Why this matters is because of inflation. So, how do I explain this in a way that is not going to freak anybody out? I'm going to use Google Documents for this. This will help a little bit. I need to write it on the board so I can mess around with more stuff. And that way I know that you guys can read it. Okay, so this formula is going to help us explain the idea of expansionary monetary policies when at full employment are not helpful. Why? Why would they not be helpful? Expansionary monetary policy is meant to make your economy grow. Why would being at full employment stop that? It's because of this. Because at full employment, Q, which is total output, is kind of hit its max. Think about it as full employment is your ideal amount of sustainable production. So if you're at full employment, Q is kind of locked into place. P is price level. Is the index? We don't ever actually do the math here. This is more theoretical than it is practical math. You can use a price level here. It's just you don't ever actually solve math with this. But Q is locked in at full employment, basically. Q is at its highest level of sustainable output. So if Q is fixed and I increase M, what changes on the side of the equation? Well, it can't be Q because Q is locked in. Oh, so if we're at full employment and the government sort of puts more money into the economy, we can't really produce that much more. Yeah, it's like diminishing return. We can't really produce anymore, so if there's more money circulating in the economy but we've already maxed out our production, all that's going to happen is prices are going to go up. This is like the government can't just print money. right? It's going to cause inflation because at some point you reach max level productivity. You can't really produce beyond your means at a certain point. So once you keep flooding the economy with more and more money at that point of Q being like locked into play and fixed, then all you're going to do is drive up prices. That's it. So in terms of things that matter with the quantity theory of money, that is really the only thing that matters with it. Do you ever have to do math with this? Basically, no. I mean, I've seen like one multiple choice question that did, but they gave you like 3 of the 4 variables, so you just had to realize that it was a quantity theory of money question. So if you see, frankly, if you see income velocity or velocity of money in a question, bust out that formula. It's the only time you'll ever need it. Oh, Funhouse, oh my god. It's me watching too many gaming shows are just going to have weird videos in my recommended section. Oh, and this is the wrong YouTube channel. That's why. This is my personal YouTube that's showing up. That's annoying. Another question, how can monetary policy counteract the negative effects of fiscal policy? Easy, by undoing it. So, fiscal policy's negative effects can a lot of the times be like interest rate changes. Think of it as crowding out. Like if you increase government spending to try and get you out of a recession, that could, because of government borrowing, cause interest rates to climb. Because if the government's spending money that it has to borrow, it's going to make loans more expensive. So it'll raise interest rates. Well, if you do an expansionary monetary policy at the same time, expansionary monetary policies lower interest rates, so you could cancel out that problem. Basic idea is the problem with expansionary fiscal policy is that it can cause higher interest rates. Well, expansionary monetary policy causes lower interest rates, so just do both. That's why the Federal Reserve and the government tend to act in tandem a lot. So here is this sort of like video that I'm just going to sort of like pause at different points on and work through. An economy is in a recession, show the eventual long-run self-correction, no monetary fiscal response, using 4 different graphs and models. Ignore the 4, let's just do 3. This person includes the business cycle, which you would never have to draw. Identify the original equilibrium as point A and the new long-run equilibrium as point B. So we're only going to do 3, I'm not going to do 4, because again, I don't want to have to draw business cycle, and we never ever have to actually do that one, so I'm not going to, I can never make you draw it. 3 graphs. So the 3 graphs we're going to end up doing for this are the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, which we've already shown, the Phillips curve, because it's tied to that, and the production possibilities curve, because you can show moving from a recession to full employment on that graph as well. So the ADAS graph, I have shown this one already today, but I'll show it again because you end up drawing this one a lot. There is a high likelihood, based on previous AP exams, that your long FRQ will involve you drawing an aggregate demand supply curve, 1, and the most frequently used form of it is this, a recessionary gap, or a negative output gap. Just means my current production is below full employment. So this is the recession on my aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph, and the long-run self-adjustment again is SRAS shifting to the right. This is my long-run self-adjustment on this graph. Gets me back to full employment. Yep. The government's not involved, so SRAS is what's changing. Yep. Good. 1 graph down. Now the Phillips curve can also show a recessionary gap. So here's my Phillips curve, small on the bottom. Recession is a period of time with very high unemployment. It means we're not at full employment, so I'm not like at where LRPC and SRPC meet because I am frankly just not there. Initial point A, new point B, labeling that. So initially I'm over here at A on my Phillips curve because at A I have a higher unemployment rate than ideal. Again, LRPC, the vertical line, is my ideal amount of unemployment. At A it's a higher number, right? My X value is unemployment rate, it's higher there. So how do I show the long run self-adjustment on that? Remember that your Phillips curve is always a reflection of your aggregate demand and aggregate supply curve. There are 2 changes on your aggregate demand supply curve that cause 2 different changes on your Phillips curve. When you change aggregate demand, you move along your Phillips curve in the opposite direction of the aggregate demand change. So if AD shifts right, you move along your Phillips curve to the left. If you move AD to the left, you move along your Phillips curve to the right. Okay? When you change aggregate supply, you shift the entire Phillips curve, again, in the opposite direction of what you shifted SRAS. So SRAS shifts to the right on my graph, so my Phillips curve has to shift to the left, which actually does track, because if I do that, hard to draw because it's very small drawing on my graph here. I should see something like this. My Phillips curve shifts left, I got a new point, it's point B, and look at that, it's back on my LRPC, because I got back to LRAS up here, I get back to LRPC here. I started off to the left of LRAS here, started off to the right of LRPC, shifted to get back to it, shifted to get back to it. Now, if you're wondering, why does changing SRAS do that to the Phillips curve? It's because when you change aggregate supply like that, your price level goes down, which causes inflation rate to go down, and your GDP goes up, which causes unemployment rate to go down. And on my Phillips curve, I need to show how this thing affects inflation and unemployment rate. Oh, there you go. So price level went down on this drawing up above, and Y, which is GDP, went up. So inflation is lower, unemployment is lower, which means my Phillips curve has to shift down. And then the last graph is my production possibilities curve. How do I show getting out of a recession there? That's the easiest one. How do you graph a recession on a production possibilities curve? This is my production possibilities curve. How do I show a recession? That. A point inside the curve is a recession. How do I show full employment? A point on the curve. I did it. That one's really easy. That's the best one. That's the easiest one by far. So there's that one. And those in the economy getting out of a recession on 3 different graphs. Again, make sure you know how to sort of set up your aggregate demand and aggregate supply models in a recession, in a full employment period, and in an inflationary period. Make sure you know where your stuff is in each of those. Give me 1 second. I want to fix my YouTube thing here. This will annoy me if you guys can just see all my weird videos that I watch in my free time. I expect to get judged for it, but oh, there we go. It did show that. Let's see. I did accidentally watch one of the SCP videos from my school video. That's fine. I don't care. Done that one. Can I quickly explain federal funds and discount rate? Yeah, I can do that really easily. So federal funds rate is the price of a loan from a bank to another bank. When banks borrow from each other, they pay what's called the federal funds rate, and that's typically changed by like the buying and selling of bonds. If banks have more money, they'll have a lower federal funds rate because it's a loan, so if they've got more money, they would charge less for it. If you've got less money, you charge more. Just think of the federal funds rate as a loan from banks, and it's a loan from banks to other banks. The discount rate is the price of a loan from the Federal Reserve to regular banks, because in times of crisis, the bank may have to access it. You don't have your exam ticket. Oh, go to your AP login, Tanner. Go to your AP login. There should be a link on your AP profile page where you can just access the either exam ticket or your exam link. That's sort of the backup. The backup is if you just go to your AP profile on College Board's website. You should be able to access it through there. I wonder if... Didn't you have like 25 problems logging into your AP account when we first did it, Tanner? Because you had like the wrong email there? Like an old email there? We're supposed to change that email on exam day. Okay, so this is a term of trade problem. Now, Bree. Bree, good to see you. Pretty sad that will just let Tanner take your exam for you, which might be nice for you, but I don't know if Tanner is that willing to do that. Because it doesn't help him all that much. College Board's already getting sued. They're getting sued for $500 million by some families out in California because the first week of exams went so well for everybody. That is sarcasm. USA, Mexico. What I'm doing is I'm turning these production possibilities curves into a table like this for the sake of doing absolute and comparative advantage. So we've got corn and we've got fruit. Hi, McRitchie, please show your dog. Okay, great. Archer, come here. I'll show him more than once. We all need a break every now and then. Is Yoda with me? Yoda is with me. Oh my god. Oh god, you're still shedding so much. It's funny because College Board's a non-profit. Means they don't get taxed on that income. Isn't that cool, guys? There are those loopholes in our tax system like that. If you do it on paper, do you put your ID on top and the initials? Yeah, you do. On each piece of paper that you do it on. Now, they've been cool about, they've been fairly lenient on that. Being honest, there have been lots of tweets at Trevor Packer, the AP head, and Mr. Packer, if I didn't put my thing, are they gonna not count it? It's no, they'll count it. It's fine. Yeah, they're a non-profit. It's so funny. It's not true. Okay, so this term of trade problem. Sorry, distracted by making fun of College Board. You're still my student, Dylan. You haven't yet graduated yet. Well, technically, we're still in school. So no. US, sorry, I need to make sure that I do this part right. 100, 150. That's not a very good 100. Okay. So I just made this table. This is a great idea if you're ever doing a term of trade problem or comparative advantage problem, is to create the table yourself on your scratch paper or something like that. It'll help you. If you're taking it online and you can just draw all over it, go for it. College Board is a monopoly. They've monopolized standardized testing. It's very cool and not ethically bad. Sarcasm. Okay, so terms of trade. How to do a terms of trade problem, because I've had students that are asking about it. They want to make sure that they can do it. Here's the big thing you have to do. There are multiple steps you've got to be able to do. Parker, yes, you can upload more than one page. You actually have to upload more than one page if you've got more than one page. Yes, Saeed, that is also correct. So, what you have to do, very important, here's your big thing. First step, identify comparative advantage. You have to know that to do a term of trade problem. In order for it to work, you have to know comparative advantage, you have to know their opportunity cost. So let's do that first. You need to find the opportunity cost of one corn for the United States. How do I do that? The trick we use is other goes over. 100 over 200, that's 1/2. Basically, every time the USA made one corn, they could have made half of a thing of fruit. It's a ratio. Which means the opportunity cost of them making one fruit is 2 corn, because 200 over 100 is 2. When I'm writing it, this is how I write it. 1C equals 1/2 F, and 1F equals 2C. Means the opportunity cost of one corn is half a thing of fruit. Opportunity cost of one fruit is 2 corn. This is an output problem, by the way, because there's a number of things being produced. So you just do other goes over. Take the number from the other column, put it over the current column's number. Go. For Mexico, same thing. To find the opportunity cost of one corn, I take the other number, and I put it over the corn number. So 150 over 100, that's 3/2. It's 3 over 2. And then 2 over 3, because it'll be 1 over 150. If it's terms, wait, what the hell? Under goes over? No, other goes over. Tanner, it's OGO. Tanner had this problem the whole time whenever we did it. I think it's because he refused to write this down in non-abbreviated form anywhere. other goes over. I mean, I don't think that's really going to be a thing you have to worry about, Austin. Other goes over. It's an output problem. OGO, guys. Oh my god. Tanner's bad brain is messing up other people. Okay, so I've got all these down. Second step is the way you find a term of trade is a mutually beneficial term of trade, one that is good for both countries, will be a term of trade that falls in between their opportunity costs. So I could do a trade of one corn, or I could do a trade of one fruit. I can do one or the other. I'm going to do the corn one because the corn, they've got easier numbers. I'm just going to write these on the board, on this board over here. So for Mexico, the opportunity cost of one corn was 3/2 fruit, whatever, 1.5 fruit. Opportunity cost of one corn for the United States is 1/2 of the fruit, which means a mutually beneficial trade would be anything in between 1/2 and 3/2. Let's go with 2/2 or 1. A mutually beneficial trade will be 1 for 1, but let's explain it in case they asked you to. How do I explain it? How do I understand it? The way you do is you figure out who's making what in each of these trades. So what we have to figure out is who is going to, in this trade, be trading one corn for one fruit. It's like one corn from where for one fruit from where. How do we figure that out? You figure it out by doing comparative advantage. U.S. has the comparative advantage in corn, right? They have a lower opportunity cost in corn, right? They only give up half a thing of fruit, whereas Mexico gives up 3/2 of a thing of fruit. So I'm going to use blue for U.S. This is one corn from us for, let's use yellow for Mexico, one fruit from Mexico. Just going to go yellow here, blue here. So you know who's what. I want to do that so that when I explain it, it makes a lot of sense. The U.S. used to give up one corn and get back 1/2 of a thing of fruit. They are now giving one corn to Mexico, and Mexico's giving them back one fruit. This is awesome for America because instead of getting 1/2, they're getting one. They're getting double what they would have gotten individually on their own. So U.S. benefits from this trade because the U.S. is getting an extra 1/2 of a unit of fruit. People would tend to assume then that, oh, Mexico must be getting screwed over, and here's why they're not. Remember that Mexico is trading away the fruit. So we want to focus on that side of the equation. I'm going to read this right to left. Mexico used to give up 3/2 of a thing of fruit, 1.5 things of fruit for one corn. Now they're giving up one fruit for one corn. Mexico is also benefiting because instead of having to give up 1.5, they only have to give up 1. They're getting back the same, but they're giving up less. So they're saving. It's good for both. When a term is mutually beneficial for both, one side is going to be gaining more than before, one side is going to be giving up less than before, or saving more than before. That's what you've got to be careful about. So people like to be like, well, it's not bigger for Mexico. It's like, actually, Mexico's giving up the F, so they'd want it to be less than before. That is the mutually beneficial trade. So how do you do it? Find the opportunity costs. Find who has the comparative advantage so you know who's trading what. Set up the opportunity costs as like a range, and then any number that falls between the two is mutually beneficial. Now, if they give you a term of trade, if this question said, hey, is a term of trade of one corn for 2 fruit, who is that good for? If the question instead asked, what is a term of trade of, who is a term of trade of one corn for 2 fruit good for? Who does that benefit? That's where the explanation part is really helpful, because you have to be able to explain it for this part to be even doable. So, the United States, opportunity cost of one corn is 1/2 fruit. So they used to give up 1 for 1/2. Now they're giving up 1 for 2. That's amazing for the United States. America loves that deal. Mexico used to give up 1.5 for 1. Now they're giving up 2 for 1. That is bad for Mexico. Now Mexico is giving up more than before. So this trade would benefit just the United States. Can we do an input problem? Sure. As a heads up, an input problem has never been used for terms of trade before. So I won't do it for terms of trade, but I will do it for opportunity costs. I'll do an opportunity cost problem with it. Let's go there. Let's do a table. Let's do a 3x3 table. Saeed, Jaren. What are we going to put as things that Saeed and Jaren can make? I'm going to use a baseball reference. Dingers, goals. So soccer and baseball. Number of minutes to make one of each. This would be an input problem. I'm using a stupid example of like technically not a product, but it's a thing that they are producing. It's home runs, which are dingers, and goals in soccer. So I'm just saying, how many minutes would it take for them to hit a home run or to make a goal? This is an input problem because the variable here is the amount of resources it takes to make a thing. The resource here being minutes. So let's say for Saeed, it takes Saeed 10 minutes to do a home run, but only 2 minutes to make a goal. For Jaren is baseball. So let's say it only takes him 4 to hit a dinger, but it also takes him about 4 minutes to make a goal in soccer. Now, to be clear, this is 10 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. This is not 10 4 dingers, 2 4 goals. That is really important. That's why this statement is essential. Whenever you're reading a comparative or an absolute advantage or a table or anything like this, any of those problems, you need to know what the variable actually is. So read it carefully. So this is an input problem instead because it's number of resources. The way you can tell it's an input problem is, okay, based on all this information, who is better at hitting home runs? Just without doing any math. Who is better at hitting home runs? Jaren is. It takes him 4 minutes to hit one. It takes Saeed 10 minutes to hit one. I'd rather have Jaren playing baseball. I'd rather have Jaren at the plate than Saeed. Who's better at soccer? Probably Saeed, because Saeed can do more goals it takes him less time to hit a goal than it takes Jaren. That is absolute advantage. What I just found was the absolute advantage, because that is who can produce the most of the thing given the same amount of resources. If I gave them both the same amount of time, Jaren would hit more dingers and Saeed would make more goals. That's absolute advantage. So in an input problem, yeah, no, it's embarrassing. Got 2 minutes to make a soccer goal. I know. I'm just trying to keep the variables consistent, okay? That is for absolute advantage. For comparative advantage, you have to find the opportunity cost. When you're trying to find the opportunity cost on an input problem, you do OGU. You take the other and you put it under. Opportunity cost of 1 dinger for Saeed is other goes under 5 goals. Logically speaking, this should make sense because every time he made a dinger, every time he hit a home run, it took him 10 minutes. In that amount of time, he could have made 5 goals. Saeed, I'm saying you're good at soccer. I'm just saying you're not that good at baseball. That seems like it makes sense. Hey man, it takes Jaren 4 minutes to hit a soccer goal when there's no goalie in the net. That's pretty bad. Takes you 2, but I'm assuming that's just because I wanted the math to be easy. Also, I made all this up. Calm down. Okay, its other goes under because in the amount of time it took Saeed to make 1 home run, he could have made 5 goals. So every time he made 1, he gave up 5. Every time Jaren made 1, he gave up 1. Now again, this should be significantly easier than this, because hitting a home run in baseball is not that easy. There's a lot of torque you need to be able to hit with. It would take me an hour, probably. I'm not athletic. Oh, coach. I'm drinking literally a milkshake right now. I mean, some vanilla bean frappuccino, but that's basically a milkshake. Opportunity cost of 1 goal other goes under is 2/10 or 1/5 of a dinger, because again, the amount of time he made one goal, he could have made, I guess, a fifth of a dinger. Weird to imagine that, but don't worry about it. Sometimes logically these don't make sense. I am literally using a slang term for a home run, so this is still 1 for 1. Now, comparative advantage is still who has the lower opportunity cost, so you still look at who's giving up less. That doesn't change. It's just how you find the opportunity cost that changes on an input problem. You won't do terms of trade with that. Lots of bullying in the live stream. You don't need to know about different types of unemployment in economic theory. I mean, you do. I would know the different types of unemployment. Economic theory, no, not as much. Let's talk about the other different types of unemployment, just in case that's an issue. There are 3 types of unemployment you really have to know. The big one that you need to know is cyclical unemployment. And cyclical unemployment is unemployment caused by recessions. Basically, if there is any cyclical unemployment, that economy is in a recession. That's a keyword. It's a giveaway. It tells you that's happening. Sorry, I'm trying not to belch on live stream. I'm skipping ahead to find one of these FRQs is unemployment based. The other 2 are structural and frictional unemployment. There it is. Structural unemployment is unemployment caused by no longer fitting into the structure of the economy. That's because your skills have become obsolete. Think like VHS repairman or some fast food workers now that like robots can replace them, like those like little kiosks inside of a McDonald's are replacing workers. That's causing some structural unemployment because people are losing their jobs because their skills aren't really essential anymore. And the last type that matters is frictional unemployment. This is unemployment caused by movement within the economy, whether that is to a different place because you like actually physically move and are unemployed for a period of time because you chose to be so that you can move to this new place, whether that's unemployment because you're moving between different careers, say like teaching isn't working out for me because you guys, you suck and I hate it or whatever, and that's why I do all these voluntary live streams because I hate teaching. And I decided to switch careers to like be an investment banker or something. I'm probably going to be unemployed for a period of time as I look for those jobs. That would be frictional unemployment. Or if you move from different stages of your life, so like moving from college to the workforce, a lot of people are unemployed for like a little window. That is frictional unemployment as well. So you do need to know them because you could see a question kind of like this. Like you could see something like this. This is possible as an FRQ type, where they give you numbers like this and you're like, oh God, I forgot what these were. It kind of does matter that you know them. So this says to calculate the unemployment rate and the labor force participation rate. These are 2 more formula things, but what are they? What is the unemployment rate and what is labor force participation rate? The unemployment rate is not the percentage of the total population. People, politicians, government officials, everyday people, old guys yelling at people at Walmart forget this all the time. I can explain it because I already have it here. Right, frictional and structural are actually okay. Frictional and structural are good. You should have those. In fact, your natural rate of unemployment, your ideal amount of unemployment, is found by adding your structural and frictional unemployment rates. So that's actually fine. Yeah, structural and frictional are totally okay. Don't mean you're in a recession. You're actually at full employment if you only have structural and frictional. Yeah, Ashland, those make up the NRU. Good call. So in this problem right here, because I have to explain these, and good news is he was already going to ask about it, the unemployment rate is the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed. So it is number of, I'm just going to put unemp, this means unemployed, over number in labor force times 100 because it's a percentage. So, how many people do we have unemployed here? 5. 5, just 5 total. There's just 5 unemployed people. Cyclical would be the recession. Yes, Kayla, if there's a cyclical unemployment, there is a recession going on. Good call. So there's 5 unemployed people here, right? How many people are in the labor force? Context clues, guys. This is big brain stuff. If these aren't in the labor force, who probably is? I would assume the rest. And that's true. The labor force is made up of all employed and unemployed persons in your economy. Hey. 5%. My unemployment rate is 5%. Ella, good to see you. Kayla, good to see you too. 5% is my unemployment rate. So 5% is the unemployment rate. Because again, number of unemployed over number in labor force, there's 5 unemployed people, because 2 plus 2 plus 1 is 5. Big math. There's 100 in labor force because 95 plus 5 employed and unemployed people are the labor force. Labor force is people who are trying to work. That is, employed people because they're trying and succeeding, and unemployed people because they're trying and not yet getting a job. So labor force is employed and unemployed people. The labor force participation rate is the percentage of the total population that is in the labor force. Basically, out of everyone in your country who is trying to work. What you do is, you find, I'm going to use blue for that. This is blue. This one's red. Labor force participation rate formula is number in LF, number in the labor force, over total population times 100. Again, every time it's a rate, you always just toss this in at the end. How many people are in the labor force? Again, we said was 100. How many people are in the total population? I mean, all of them. So 120 times 100. This one isn't as easy. This one isn't as clean. It's 5/6, half of a third. I don't particularly care to do this math right now. I should check my email. That's a good idea. %. Or 83.3. Sorry, I also need to check my email, so it was a good idea to alt-tab there. Staff meeting, I can't actually make this staff meeting right now. Oh, I already missed that staff meeting. Ha ha ha, lol. Sorry, I apparently missed a meeting. But I needed to help you guys, so I don't care. Cool. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Wanted to make sure that I answered those questions that were in the email. Even though transfer payments are not directly affected GDP, they could indirectly as they increase consumer spending. Anish, yes. They can do that. They don't count immediately in GDP, but they can spur on consumer spending because an increase in things like welfare and unemployment benefits can actually increase spending. Unemployed people that aren't actively seeking work. Wait, we're looking at some stuff. People not in the labor force are like little kids and retired people and people who are not looking. Yeah. The big thing is people who are not looking. There are a lot of people that just, if you're like a stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad, then you don't have to work. You're not trying to work. Cool. Then you're not in the labor force. We don't count you. I mean, in America, our labor force participation rate is roughly 67%. So about a third of persons in our economy are not actively trying to work. Are federal government employees not in labor force? No, government employees are in labor force. We do count. In fact, the U.S. government is the #1 employer of people in the United States. I think over 20 million people in some way, shape, or form work for the United States government, either federal or state or local, including yours truly. So federal government employees do work, do count for the labor force, People who are in the military do not. Specifically military because they are not civilian personnel. Labor force is meant to be civilian workforce. So military is the one that does not count, Tanner. That's probably what you're thinking about. Cool. Yeah, I was hacking into College Board servers and wiring transfers into my bank account. I was stealing your money for myself. Okay. Looking for, what's the other question you had? Oh, no, we don't need to worry about that one because that was a thing that he put, because he put a friggin' Forex market question on here. I'm not sure why he did that. Go back. Actually explained this already. This one I saw it was really weird what he used for that. I actually didn't like the FRQ he did there, so I'm not going to do that one. Oh my god. Jordan. Calm down. Actually going to delete that one, Jordan. Only because I just don't know what that's going to look, how that's going to go. Okay, I don't see anything specific. Let me look for more questions that are in here. Econ theory doesn't matter. NRU got mentioned. Making fun of Saeed. Oh, allocative productive efficiency, sure. Allocative efficiency and productive efficiency are both different types of efficiency that can be shown on a production possibilities curve. Productive efficiency is any point on the curve because those are all like it's like full employment where like any of those points is good. Any of those points is productively efficient because you're using your resources appropriately. So productive efficiency is any point on the production possibilities curve. Allocative efficiency is a point on the production possibilities curve most desired by society. So if you had, we mentioned this in class, where it was like bikes and computers on your production possibilities curve as your two axes, and this is like Texas, where if you're a cyclist, there's a good chance you'll have someone in a truck try and run you over on purpose because they think you think it's funny. Oh, there's Yoda in the background. Then you would have your allocative efficiency be very far away from bikes and very close to computers. I can do a quick illustration of that, actually. Let's just delete everything that's on here. Rapid clicking. And then paint. Oh, let me click on the with everything so you can see what I'm drawing. Did you guys, what are you doing in here? Bikes, that's a B. I'm gonna change that. Bikes, computers, any point on the curve is productively efficient. If this is Texas, where computers are great and bikes are Satan, then like this point could be the allocative efficiency. In order to know the allocative efficiency, you have to know a decent amount about the place in question. So they'll probably tell you something to give you a hint on the allocative efficiency. Otherwise, you don't know it. Allocative efficiency is one of those things that could be not knowable based on current information. Saeed, I don't want to know what you were trying to type there because you undid it yourself. I didn't even change that one. Delete. Question bank. Going over here. Okay. Other things. Oh, it is 12:20. We have a little more than 2 hours. What else are we wondering? What else do you want me to hit on that I haven't hit on yet? I'm sure there are things that I've forgotten to see in the chat because you guys have been fairly active, which is great. Archer was here for a second. Archer, come back. When do we say the I don't know on the table thing? What do you mean table thing? Indeterminate? Like, you say indeterminate if there's things in conflict. So when it was frequent was when we had like simultaneous shifts in supply and demand, right? Where the supply line went one way, the demand line went the other way, and in one of those price goes up, the other one price went down, and I couldn't tell what happens to price. I can do a bank balance sheet again. I can do another bank balance sheet thing. Where we're looking for this. Anish, is there a way for a bank to cover the reserve ratio aside from borrowing from other banks or from the Fed? They can, technically they can recall loans, although most of the time, no. Like, that doesn't really happen. They can technically do it, they just typically don't. They could sell bonds if they've got them. If they've got them on hand, they can sell bonds as a means of making money, but a lot of the times in the questions that they have, they don't actually have a bond. GDP deflator problem and another bank balance sheet. Declan's not here right now, he's back in Arkansas. And don't call him that, Ella. It's so weird. Let me grab a bank balance sheet problem, then I'll do another GDP deflator problem, Landry. Sticky wages are the idea that in the short run, wages don't really change. I think, Abby, didn't we have a problem with this because you actually did get pay raise right when we explained this concept? Yeah, the idea is that you don't get pay raises very frequently, but Abby literally got a pay raise like that week. So she's like, I did. It was a whole thing. Let me see about finding these FRQs. Declan is my little brother. And Ella apparently knew him when he was a senior and you guys were freshmen. Which she thinks makes her cool, but then Declan said, like, literally on the stream that he did not remember who she was. So that was fun. Let's see. I've done like literally every single one of these FRQs, I think, but I'll see if I can find one that I haven't done yet. Did that one. I don't know if I've done this one. Hey, this won't work. Let's do this one. Sorry, there's a lot of things happening in the chat right now that I can't see because I'm looking on a website to find another problem. Let me see other things. I saw, there's an MPS MPC thing, Hannah. Sorry, yes, I'll do one of those. Spending multiplier problem. Yeah, I'll do that. And then I'll do a GDP deflator problem as well. Oh, Tanner, there are no currency problems on this. The Forex market is gone. The Forex market is not on here. So no worries, but the currency thing doesn't matter anymore. That's not on the AP exam this year. That's the thing they cut for the AP exam. Okay. Can I do the sample test cultural post? Do you mean the FRQ problems they did? I actually did 2 videos where I did that, Kayla. They're on my YouTube. They're like FRQ practice test 1 and FRQ practice test 2. I actually did do those. Those already exist. Don't think that I didn't do those immediately as soon as I saw that. I don't care if anyone likes or dislikes the video. I'm not trying to get traffic on this. I'm just trying to help y'all. Chapter is lit. Yeah, you guys have been craving some type of social interaction with your friends for a very long time. And this is 27. Can I also explain crowding control? You mean crowding out? Yeah, I can try and do crowding out again. So I'm going to pull up, I'm doing this FRQ quickly for Adrian, because Adrian asked if I could do another bank balance sheet one, and I can always afford to do more of those. Is there anything else they had cut from the exam? Basically everything that's in the international trade section. So that'd be your Forex market graph, capital flow, current and financial account, blah, 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 blah. So, if you were craving Richard Time, Dylan, you would have watched the other 80 videos I posted. This one just like it's from College Board. Yeah, it's from Trevor Packer. Assume the reserve requirement in Everland is 20%. They've got 80 million in reserves, 160 million in loans, 200 in deposits, and 40 in owner's equity. Okay. Jordan, again, appreciate that. Have I thought about quitting and becoming a YouTuber? No. That doesn't pay well enough. It's because you're talking about it, Saeed. Okay, guys, calm down with the chat. I want to make sure that I can answer these questions that people are having. Okay? If you want to talk to your friends, just literally text them or FaceTime them, you idiots. Okay. Maximum amount by which Zenith can increase their loan. So how much can this bank loan out here? The reserve requirement is 20%. This says reserves, but it doesn't say if it's excess or if it's required reserves. We've got to figure that out. So reserves are 80. Break that apart. Some amount of it is required, some amount of it is excess. Remember that the required reserves are going to be 20% of the deposits. What is 20% of 200 million? If you're not good at that math, cool thing is, AP exam this year is saying you can use a calculator because you're at home and they can't stop you. So just do 0.2 times 200. If you know how to do math, though, you should be able to figure out that that is 40. So 40 million are required reserves, which means the rest of it, the other 40, is excess reserves. So for A, where it says to calculate the maximum amount they can increase their loans by, here's the important thing. This is money that has already been loaned out. This money is gone. 160 is out the window. People have it, they bought homes with it, they're paying for college with it, and then going to be paying them back for the next 20 years and crying every time they do it or whatever. You know, that money is gone. So how much can they loan out now out of what they currently have? Well, they've got 40 in required and 40 in excess. The excess is how much they can loan out. So the answer is actually 40 mil. Appreciate that, Nick. Those ones did turn out less terrible. This one looked like my other ones, which looks like a 9 that I suck at. So they can only add 0. No, they can add 40, because that's not required reserves, that's just total reserves. Out of that 80, 40 million of it is required and 40 million of it is excess because of this. 20% of 200 is 40. So they got 40 in required and 40 in excess. If they give you something like this, where they give you a balance sheet but they don't specify how much are in required and how much are in excess, you need to figure that out. So break it apart. I know that there's 40 in required because it's 20% of the deposit. That's the required reserves. 20% of 200 is 40. Whatever was left over would be the excess because that's excess. No worries, George. I got you. Based on your answer in part A, calculate the maximum possible increase in the money supply. Again, we've done this formula a few times now, but it's really important that you get it down. Change in excess reserves times the multiplier equals the change in the money supply. Excess reserves are 40. Yeah, I've had some people from other states in this chat. George is Miami? Nice. Is it George or is it Jorge? It's a good question. We had North Carolina. We had Raleigh represented. I'm only asking because his last name is Koba. 1 over 0.2. Man, they like using 0.2, huh? So 40 times 1 over 0.2. 1 over 0.2 is 5. So 5 times 40 is 200 mil. Again, whenever you see maximum change, maximum increase, that's always a multiplier problem. George like Washington, got it. Good to have you here, George. From the gulag, Tanner, you idiot. Is that why you can't get those friggin' emails from College Board? Oh my god, Jordan, stop talking about this is a Counter-Strike stream. Identify one reason why that money supply might change by a smaller amount. So this is a logic thing. This is not a math thing. This is just okay, why wouldn't this happen? Basically, this is asking, what is the problem with predicting via the multiplier effect? What is the issue with the multiplier effect? And the issue is kind of a couple of things. One, it assumes that banks are loaning out all of their excess reserves each time. There's no rule saying that banks have to do that. So banks could choose to hold on to some of their reserves is one of your answer choices. Another one, people don't have to deposit their money into a bank. That is not legally required either. You can hold on to some of it in cash, or you could just, not use a bank and hide it in a safe or, whatever, or hide it in your mattress or something stupid. There's a couple of sheets that are on my Moodle. Yeah, there's the general sheet that's on my Moodle that is there's this PDF of a review book that I scanned up that has 17 or 18. And then there's the Unit 3 formulas, which have your very specific ones towards GDP, different ways of finding GDP deflator. Both. Grab both. Unit 3 is just Unit 3. Textbook is everything, but in Unit 3 there is more than one way to find a lot of the stuff, so I would have both of those formula sheets out. There's more than one way to find a lot of the stuff, so I tend to have both formula sheets out. Or just have your journals out. Some of you guys took good notes, I think. So why might it not change? I'll just go with people hold on to cash. Taxes or spending is a greater multiplier effect. Spending is a greater multiplier effect. Spending, a change in spending has a greater multiplier effect than a change in tax as well. Someone dropped a link to that. That's a good question, George. I'm not. Someone put it on a drive and then link it to George. That'd be nice. Yeah, put that and then put that in the drive and then put the. Actually, I might have that. Let me see if I can. I'll watch this. I'm gonna do this real quick. Let me go over here, my other window. Just put it in the chat. Is it in my regular one or is it in my... No, it is not my regular one. It is in my normal one. See if one of you guys can help them out. Oh god, that is too much stuff in that folder. That ain't the right. Yeah, I'm not. That'll scare him if I throw that out there. Oh good, that person found their e-ticket. Could you also put that they don't loan out the maximum amount they can for C? Yes, they don't. There's no requirement saying they have to loan out the max possible, so that would also work. Saeed. Assume the Central Bank of Everland purchases $10 million in government securities from the public. If the public deposits $10 million in Zenith Bank, how much will the required reserves change based on their deposit? Okay. Well, how much of that deposit does the bank have to hold on to? Well, 20%. What's 20% of 10 million? 2 million? Yeah, that's it. That's all that question was asking. Was out of this deposit, how much do they have to hold on to? They got to hold on to 20% of it. What are my predictions, Quan? Short FRQ could be a balance sheet. That would make a lot of sense. That's why I've done a lot of these. Thanks, BB. Don't know what your name is, but appreciate it, man. It's good to know that I'll help more than just my kids. It's very nice of you. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, so I was saying it's a good chance on short FRQ you'll see a bank balance sheet or an absolute comparative advantage term of trade problem because those are problems where formulas don't help you a ton. Like outside of this formula, there isn't a whole lot of formula work to do when it comes to this type of problem. You have to really understand the logic of it to figure it out. So this or a absolute comparative advantage problem seem really likely to me for the short FRQ. Your long FRQ will most likely involve multiple graphs. Not that you have to draw them, but they're going to ask about it. So it would be like an aggregate demand question that's in a recession. What happens in the long run to SRAS if the government doesn't do anything? Okay, say the Federal Reserve does an expansionary monetary policy thing, like all that stuff. Like all that, like it's one of the, like your long FRQs are almost always a multiple graph problem, and your short FRQs are almost always locked to something smaller. What will happen to the price of bonds as a result of the government's purchase of government securities? So this is tied to the same thing we had before, which is that interest rates should fall. So the price, oh, that's a super good P. The price of bonds goes up. Interest rates will fall because when the government's buying bonds, that's putting more money out to the economy, which means banks will have more to lend and it'll drop the price of loans because if banks have more to lend, they can charge less for a loan, right? If interest rates go down, then the price of bonds will go up because all of your older bonds are now worth more. I've gone over that before. Frankly, the explanation is so complicated that it takes a lot to write. Peyton, it's on my Moodle. It's just on my Moodle under the first unit. Peyton, you're in my class. You can find it. The formula charts are just on my Moodle on the front. On like that very top box, there's a PDF. So interest rates down, price of bonds up. And this one doesn't tell you to explain it, so just knowing that this is an inverse relationship will do enough for you. If you're wondering how I know interest rates went down here, It's because this is an expansionary monetary policy. Central bank buying bonds or government securities. Oh, Archer, you okay?
He's good.
Okay. Okay. Can I share some resources? If not with me, but with anybody else, go for it. I mean, I'm just gonna be more detailed. I'm just really detailed. When Clifford's big on reviewing, I'm like, I assume my students forgot how to do literally everything because they do all the time. Yeah, I'm not giving y'all my Discord. I know it's up there. You can see it. Look, it's right there. It exists. It's down there. My Steam is there too, guys. Oh my god. It exists, but it ain't happening. Oh, with the students, that's fine. What happened to Archer?
I just brushed him out.
Oh, he was getting his hair brushed because he has so much shedding right now. So he was getting his hair brushed, and we brushed too much. No. What if BB was a secret College Board account? I mean, they can't get mad at me for freedom of speech just making fun of them. So. Discord of the day. No. Can I do an episode of Cribs? No. Can you draw the graph for that? Yes, I can. Thank you, Tanner, for getting me on track. Appreciate that. Can I draw the graph for that? Yes, I can, Tanner. This is a money market situation. If there is a monetary policy, if you see the word central bank or Federal Reserve, it is a money market thing. Which is this graph, for those of you that forgot. It's the supply of money, demand of money. You guys said like S-money and D-money or stuff like that, remember? Quantity of money and nominal interest rate. The Federal Reserve is buying securities. That means that more money is going into the public and more money going into banks, right? So the money supply should increase. And if I increase that money supply, that would drop my nominal interest rate. Bang. Because if banks have more money to lend out to people, they could charge less for loans, right? Give us your Steam and Discord. No. I'm not going to... Abby, show up on the screen kind of something silly.
What?
I'm not bringing Allie to the questions. Okay. Next question. And again, leave the personal stuff out of there. You got an AP exam in like an hour and a half. Well, no, it's more like 2 hours, but still. Let's make sure you get that stuff taken care of. Does a decrease in interest rate raise the price of regular goods? Technically, yes, it will. And the way that works, Matt, is tied to the aggregate demand and aggregate supply model. So what happens is when you have lower interest rates, that means more people are going to be borrowing and spending money, right? Because if loans are cheaper, guess what I'm going to do? I might go buy a house or go buy a car, because now it's going to be cheaper for me to buy that thing. If I do that, that's going to drive up aggregate demand, right? You're going to see more overall spending in your economy, higher aggregate demand levels. Well, if there's more spending, what happens to prices? They go up. So lower interest rates will increase prices. So good question. So yes, Matt, it should. Eventually, due to the pressure on price level. Since it's FRQ, how long should your responses be? So like if I was going to write C, which is identify, I would simply say like a one-sentence thing. People could hold on to part of their withdrawals in the form of cash, so banks couldn't lend them out. That would suffice. If it says to explain it, you do have to go a little bit further. None of these say to explain it, so I wouldn't use this FRQ for that. Let's see if I can find one that does. Where's an explanation one that would be good? So like this one. I'm still addressing Dylan's question, so there's a lot of chat stuff happening right now. Give me 1 second. I don't need to do a GDP deflator one, so I'll do that and I'll do a CPI one. Oh, MPS. Mackenzie, I keep forgetting to do that. Let me get to that Mackenzie thing, because Mackenzie's been asking that for a while. I keep not seeing her, because she's not spamming my chat with weird questions about my girlfriend. So, for this type of question, this is a withdrawal from the checking account. What happens to the money supply? Again, the answer would be nothing. Nothing happens to the money supply. Nothing happens to the money supply, and then nothing happens to the money supply because both cash and money held in banks are part of the money supply. So by moving one from one category to the other, you are not actually changing the money supply. That explanation is probably like 2 or 3 lines. So for you, Dill, keep your explanations to like 2 or 3 lines for the most part. Drew, it's because they're my students, and they've been asking, like, my girlfriend's come up more than once in class, so they're all weird. It's fine. I'm cool with it, but I'm not going to bring her up when there's review time. No flame in the chat, everybody. Calm down. I don't want to get mods right now. Don't make me get mods on the last day. That'd be so annoying. Okay. BB's question. If central bank buys bonds, the money they store in the bank doesn't get deducted from anything, like no required reserves, just excess. Correct. What he's asking is if the central bank buys bonds from this bank, if this bank had bonds, let me go over to one of these had it. One of these has to have the bond thing. I've seen it in here before. Yeah, so here. This one has $2,000 of government securities. That's bonds. If the question said that, hey, this bank, the central bank buys $2,000 worth of bonds from this bank, then that money would go right into the excess reserves. Because that money is not a deposit. The bank can loan that money out and use it. They don't have to store it. It's not a deposit. It's good to have a break. Yeah, Bree, you're probably right. Yeah. Required reserves are only for deposits. So that goes straight into excess reserves. That is usable money for the bank. Good job, George. Let me see. Oh, Mackenzie's thing. God, I need to not forget that because I have not done an MPC MPS question in a bit. This would be under multipliers. There we go. I want FRQs for it. It's only 5. Wow, okay. This one sucks. This one, I don't like the Phillips curve part of it. I did that one recently. Oh God, I hate that one. Don't worry about that 5th one. That 5th one's just weird. Okay, let's go. Oh wait, no, I think I didn't do number 1. Fine, let's do number 1. Anish, yeah, that is an increase in the money supply. That increases the money supply because now regular banks and people have more actual physical cash on hand. So banks cannot loan deposit money. Yes, they can. They have to hold on to a portion of it. So like when you deposit money in the bank, it gets split. Portion of it's required reserves. The rest of it goes to excess reserves. BB, I will do that after I do a CPI question. I'm going to do a CPI GDP deflator question, and then I'll do a term of trade FRQ. So we've got this country's in a recession with GDP that is 100 billion below full employment. Okay, if I was going to draw a Phillips curve for this, which I can do, what this year might ask instead, because they don't require that you draw it, they might ask, okay, if you were to draw a Phillips curve problem, and your current point was point A, would point A be to the left, to the right, or at your LRPC? And the answer is it'd be to the right, because if you're in a recession, you have more unemployment than you're supposed to. Itzel, I did that in another video. I did both of the sample exams they've had out on a video entitled FRQ Practice Exam. Those videos are about 45 minutes each, so you should be able to get through both of them before the exam. If you wanted to go through those two, they're both there for you. I got you. So, 100 billion below full employment output. The government increases spending by 20 billion to stimulate economic activity. Assume that the MPS is 0.25. Calculate the maximum total change in real GDP that could occur from that increase in government spending. How do we do this? What is the formula? What is the math? The formula for multiplier problem is actually kind of always easy. It's something times something equals something. It's a multiplier. So you multiply it. That's the nice part. So this formula that you're going to use here is the initial change in spending, that's delta S, times your multiplier equals the change in GDP. Now, the change in spending they gave me is 20 billion. And the multiplier for a spending problem is 1 over your MPS, and your MPS is 0.25. So 1 over 0.25 is 4. 20 times 4 is 80. So, yeah, true, you got it. That is $80 billion. Now, if I'm on this graph and that's happened, what changes? That's what they're asking me to do on C. They're asking me to graph that on C. So we got to think of a couple of things. One, how does an increase in government spending affect my Phillips curve? Well, change in government spending changes aggregate demand. What is changing aggregate demand due to my Phillips curve? When you change AD, you move along the Phillips curve in the opposite direction of what you did. So on my aggregate supply graph, an increase in government spending would move AD to the right, which means I need to move along my Phillips curve to the left. But here's the big thing. Does this 80 billion increase in spending cover the recessionary gap? Does this fix their economy? No, right? They're 100 billion below full employment. They are not at full employment yet. They're 100 billion below it. This 80 doesn't get them all the way there. It gets them mostly there, but not all the way. Point B is still not at full employment yet. It's closer, they're getting there, but they haven't completely closed the gap. If you were to draw this on an aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, it would look something like this. It would look something like this, where point B doesn't get all the way there. It's close. It almost does, but it doesn't close the gap yet. We would have needed a $100 billion increase here to close the recessionary gap, to get back to full employment. Because again, we're 800 billion below. We only increased it by 80, so there's still a $20 billion recessionary gap. And then question D asks, had the government lowered income taxes by 20 instead of increasing spending, would the change in GDP be greater than, smaller than, or same? I would do the math for this, but there's an explanation that applies. When it's a tax problem, again, it follows the same general format. It's going to be change in taxes times your tax multiplier, it's different, equals the change in GDP. My change in taxes was 20. Yeah, I got a request for that earlier, Austin. I'll do that. I'll do a CPI and a GDP deflator problem, and then I'll do the terms of trade one. This was a decrease in taxes, so negative, times my tax multiplier, which is going to be negative MPC over MPS. Negative MPC is 0.75, because again, MPC plus MPS have to equal 1. 0.75 over 0.25. It looks scary if you're not that good at math, but you can cancel those. So 75 over 25 is just 3. Negative 20 times negative 3 equals positive 60 billion dollars. So is this greater than, smaller than, or equal to? It is smaller than. George, you're saying, would you explain it? Because people can save their money instead of, I'm assuming you mean spend it at the end. That's basically it. Would they count that close? I would probably be more specific in my terminology. So how I would phrase that, because you have the right idea, is the reason why it's smaller than is because when you change taxes, people can save a portion of that. Where when you change spending, it's all spent. So I might specify more clearly that when the government changes taxes, people save a portion of that change in taxes, as opposed to when they change spending, literally all of that gets spent because that was a change in spending. So that sort of middleman step of we change taxes, it's like, cool, pocketing some of that, spending the rest of it, as opposed to we change spending, cool, spent all that. So a change in spending will always be more impactful than a change in taxes because people save a portion of a change in taxes. Mackenzie, does that help? Is that enough? Do you think that covers you a little bit? I want to make sure that Mackenzie's taken care of because she had asked this a few times. She was very patient about it. And then I'm going to do the GDP deflator CPI problem, and then I'm going to do a term of trade FRQ. Terms of trade is a lot easier than you guys want to think it to be. You guys tend to get really scared by that. If you follow the rules for it, then it's actually really doable. Oh my god. So much condensation from this literal milkshake. Yes? Awesome. Thank you, Mackenzie. All right, let's find a CPI one. So here's the problem, Austin, that I keep having, which is every time I find a CPI one, the best CPI one I find is the same one I keep assigning for you to do. It's the same exact one. So price indices and inflation. Question type, FRQ, short and long. You could also explain it with the math side, yeah. One input, one output. There are no input terms of trade problems. So fair question. There actually are not any input terms of trade problems. So I can show you an input FRQ, and I can show you a terms of trade one. We did this one earlier. This one's just GDP deflator. Let's see if there's a better CPI one. What's going to happen is I'm going to find the same one. Oh, no, I didn't find this. Wait. Yeah. It's this one. It's always this one. This is the best one because it has GDP deflator in it and CPI in it. I'm going to work through it again, Austin, so I'm sorry that you've seen me do this one like 3 times now, I bet. But hey, this does work, and it's one of the few times where they ask you to find CPI in a problem. So they don't typically ask that, so I'll walk through this question. We got price and quantity of apples, price and quantity of oranges. This is Fruitland, because of fruits, I guess. They calculate the nominal GDP for year 2. Okay, how do we find that? What do we got? I got prices and quantities, cool. Nominal GDP is just total that year's production. So let me find the total production for year 2. How do I do that? Multiply and add. 6 times 10, 5 times 20. 6 times 10 is 60. What's CPI? Consumer Price Index. It's a math thing that you forgot a while ago. 5 times 20 is a hundo. This is 160. Again, what I did was I just multiplied and added. This is 160. And again, that's just nominal GDP. Just goes straight on. Crispy Pepsi Index. Jordan, stop it. This ain't Twitch. Calm down. Using year 1 as the base here, calculate the real GDP for year 2. So this is a different way of finding real GDP, guys. So focus up on this one. Stop the memeing in the chat and laser focus onto this. This is a different way of finding real GDP than really any formula chart is going to tell you. I've gone over it in class. I make my students write it down in their journals in class. It's not really on a formula sheet anywhere. And that is the way to find real GDP without a deflator, because there is no deflator given here. You don't have a GDP deflator, so I can't use nominal over deflator, is you take the price of the good. Let me see if I can make space for this over here. Price of the good in the base year times the quantity of the good in the current year. That will get you real GDP as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm taking the price of the good in year 1, because when you're doing real GDP, you're finding everything in base year's prices. I take this price times this quantity. I am basically cross-multiplying in the table. 4 times 10 plus 10 times 20. 4 times 10 is 40, plus 10 times 20 is 200. This is 240. So price base year times quantity current year is a way to find real GDP without a deflator. If they give you numbers like this, if they present it as prices and quantities, this is a method you can do. Now, reminder, even though this year's AP exam will technically allow for you to use a calculator, it was still built with the idea of you not using a calculator. So what that means is the numbers you should get for stuff like this are numbers that are fairly doable without a calculator. Why? Because the formula for GDP deflator, which is part C, deflator equals nominal over real times 100. These are actually fairly doable numbers for that. 16 over 24 is a fraction you can simplify quite a bit. So if I see 160 and 240 as my answers, I'm like, oh, actually, that could very well work. If I get numbers that are wildly different and there's no way to divide them easily, I probably messed up. If you can't fix it, that's fine. Just start working through this with your numbers, because if you solve this part right, given what you have, you'll get the point. If you have, if you just put 200 here because you messed up, or you put 200 here, whatever, and you need to do 160 over 200 here and solve it, you're fine. 160 over 240 times 100. This cancels. 16 over 24 is, in case you don't know, 2/3. You can divide both those numbers by 8. You get 2 over 3. So 2/3, or 60, or 0.666, repeating, you're calling up Satan or whatever, times 100. Cool. And this, I'm just going to call this 67. My GDP deflator here is 67. That's weird. That's a weird GDP deflator to get. It ain't impossible, but it's weird. It's weird because it's lower than 100. It means that prices have gone down. But if you look, price of apples went up, but price of oranges went down by half. So that's possible. Now the next part is D, and D is weird because D asks you to find CPI. And the reason why that's weird is because of your formula for CPI. That is the price of a market basket in the current year divided by the price of the market basket in the base year times 100. The weird thing is you don't usually inherently know what a market basket is. Market baskets vary country to country. It's always based on a certain number of goods based on what people typically spend their money on. So it's usually pretty weird to find CPI. In this question, it tells you this. And it kind of has to. If they're asking you to find CPI, they have to tell you what a market basket is in this situation. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense for them to ask it. A market basket is composed of the quantities in year one, meaning a market basket for this economy is 15 apples, 4 oranges. That is what the market basket is made up of, is 15 apples and 4 oranges. What you have to find is the price of that in the current year and the base year. Price, market basket, current year over price, market basket, base year times 100. The price of my market basket in the current year is, and again, current year is year 2. I take 6 times 15, 5 times 4. Why am I doing that? Because I have to find the price of the market basket in the current year, and my market basket is 15 apples and 4 oranges. So how much does it cost to get 15 apples and 4 oranges in year 2? I do 6 times 15, I do 5 times 4. 6 times 15 is 90, 5 times 4 is 20. So the price of my market basket in the current year is 110. The price of my market basket in the base year is 4 times 15 and 10 times 4. 4 times 15 is 60. 10 times 4 is 40. So this is over 100 times 100. What other examples they could use to describe the market basket? Realistically, nothing. They have to give you a specific quantity of the goods. They can only really do it in this type of problem, and this is really the only way. Again, this is the only problem I've found where they even ask you to find CPI. This is the only time I've ever even seen them ask you to do this. So what can I see them do? Basically just this. This is basically all I can see them doing. Unless they just give you the price of a market basket in the table. If they just say the price of the market basket this year is 115, the price of the market basket this year is 130, then okay, you can do that. Either they give it to you or they give you something like this. Those are like your two options. 110 over 100 times 100 is just 110. That is my CPI. Austin, yes, they have to. Otherwise, you can't find it. There's no other way to find the market basket. Either they tell you what the market basket is, or they just tell you what the price of the market basket is. They have to give it away. So 110 is my CPI. And this tells you that CPI and GDP deflator are not the same thing. What this means is that overall, for everyone in the economy, actual prices have probably gone down. How do I determine base year in the current year? It told me. Year 1 is my base year. Current year is always the later year. It's a good question. The current year is, it says year 2 in each of these problems. So that's how I know that the current year is year 2, because it's asking me to find it for year 2. It's a fair question, Autumn. So 110 for the CPI, 67 for the GDP deflator, 162, 40, blah, 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 blah. Suppose apple and orange pickers received a 2% increase in their wages. They're getting a 2% pay raise. Good for them. Based on your answer to part D, would real wages of apple and orange pickers increase, decrease, or stay the same from year 1 to year 2? This is an inflation rate thing. If they're ever asking you about real wages, nominal wages, whatever, they're talking about inflation. So you have to find out how much inflation is happening. It says, based on my answer to part D. This is actually essential because you can actually use CPI or GDP deflator to find inflation rate. So it's telling me use the CPI one. Inflation rate, it's in the formula chart, equals, and it's the CPI or GDP deflator of year 2 minus year 1 over year 1 times 100. So you use the CPI, in this case it asked me to use my answers to part D, which is CPI, and then I plug it in. That'll be 110 minus 100 over 100 times 100, cancel. There's 10% inflation in that problem. That's why the CPI is 110. CPI 110 means that you've got 10% inflation since the base year. Okay, so 10% inflation. People are getting paid 2% more. Everything is 10% more expensive. Their real wages have gone down. The real wages have gone down because they're getting paid less in value than before. They were getting paid a normal amount. They got a 2% pay raise. Awesome, but everything's 10% more expensive now. That's bad. That's hurting them. That's cost them there. So decrease. Okay, I'm going to check my email a few more times because my WAP kids should be in their exam. Everything good? Yeah, no one on WAP has freaked out and emailed me something panicked. That's a good sign. I sent them a few emails and videos of like, hey, here's what to do on exam day, so they shouldn't be too freaked out. Those crazy WAP kids. I mentioned to them to hop in the chat and ask me a question if they had one, but they didn't ever show up for this, so that's fine. I'm trying to think. Anything else that should cover it? Questions, comments, concerns over that FRQ. That is about as good as I can figure out for a CPI one. Saeed, good to see you. Guys, if you're studying for your AP exam, please eat something. Like, don't go into that exam starving. You don't want to be, like, if you need to take a quick break and eat back near the end, that's fine. If you gotta take a quick break, grab something to eat, and come back, that's totally fine. Okay, that kind of covers us for both a GDP deflator and a CPI problem. So I'm going to hop to a term of trade problem. Oh, Narav, I never got to answer your question from before. Yes, you could say because the tax multiplier is less than the money multiplier. That would have been fine. Or spending multiplier is technically what you would say. Sorry, Narav, I never got to answer your question up there. I never saw it. Oh, you're fasting? Oh my God. Sorry, Saeed. Happy Ramadan, but also be strong, buddy. No, he can't. He's fasting. It's Ramadan. I would assume. Is it Ramadan? I think it is. I'm bad at timing that because it's different each year. It's always based on lunar calendar. It sucks. It's hard for me to keep track of it. Okay. Oh, Emma, good to see you, by the way. Let's go to a term of trade problem. Look at that. Look at where it is. So close to the beginning. Jeeves? No, I never forget who Jeeves was. Okay. No. That one's funny. That was a funny question. Is this a term of trade problem? Yes, I've done this one, but I'll come back to it. It's Ramadan? Okay, cool. Only 2 days left? Okay, that's good. I'm trying to see if there is a better one than the previous one. This one will work. Yeah, this one will work. Okay. This one covers kind of everything. I assume it would have been way worse to have to deal with Ramadan if you were at school as opposed to being at home during this time period. That's probably a plus about the remote learning thing. Because if you're at home, your whole family's doing it. Which makes it easier than your friends who are just scarfing down Pizza Hut. And I'm complaining because they're hungry and it's 11 and you haven't eaten for 7 hours. You just want to punch them in the head. Can I do a monetary or fiscal policy question? Yes, I can do it right after this. I'll do a monetary fiscal policy question right after this one. I'll try and do a long FRQ here and there to see what stuff will prepare you for that. So we've got these two places, and again, whenever I'm seeing these types of questions, I'm just going to draw a friggin' table. I always do. Makes my life way easier. Make my table. I've got Ashna and Luna. I'm going to call it A and L. They make food and machines. No comment, Ali. Luna can make 40 and 40. Good for them. Ashna can make 30 food and 10 machines. For those of you that are wondering what my table looks like, it looks like this. Ashna and Luna, food and machines. If you want to write out what's happening in each of those, you can. I don't need to because I've done a bajillion of these. Let's say that I'm better than you at this, but like, I really should be. Peyton, go take a walk. That was terrible. I mean, it's great, but I hated that. Okay, using equal amounts of resources, they can produce any combination, blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Who has an absolute advantage in machines? Let's look at it. Luna. That's how absolute advantage is supposed to work. You should take, basically, no time to figure that out. Who can make the most given the same amount of resources? That's what absolute advantage is. So it's L. It's also L in for food. They have an absolute advantage in both. How would you explain that? Same way you would explain it for both. And this is an explanation that does not take a lot. Absolute advantage is who can produce given the same amount of resources. Luna can produce more than Ashna given the same amount of resources. Done. That is the explanation. It asks me how he has it. How does he have it? Or how do they have it? I don't know. Okay, they have it because they can produce more. Given the same amount of resources. It says right here, given the same amount of resources. Done. Yeah, if we do fiscal and monetary policy, that money graph's going to come up, Ollie. So you're good. So Luna for the same reason, which is that they can make more given same resources. Who has the comparative advantage? That means I got to do some stuff. I got to do my table stuff. So remember, this is an output problem. I'll find an input problem, FRQ, for the one of you that I think it was BB who asked for that. For an output problem, to find opportunity costs, you do other, goes over. So for Ashna, because I have that one written first, the opportunity cost of one food is the other number over the current number. Other being 10 over 30, so that's 1/3. Every time they make a food, they could have made 1/3 of a machine, is the basic logic of that. Opportunity cost of one machine is 3 food. This is how I write them. I write them the same way that Clifford does. 1F equals 3M, 1M equals 3F. For Luna, 1F equals 1M, 1M equals 1F. It's a 1-for-1 trade because it's 40 and 40. That one's easy. Comparative advantage is who has the money graph. Well, money graph as in money market graph. That is, Tanner. Currency is not. How do you know if it's input or output? Okay, Autumn, one more time. It's because the number of things here is the number of things being produced. If the numbers in the table or the numbers in the problem or the number of things being made, amount of food, amount of machines being made, that's an output problem. If it was amount of resources needed to make a thing of food or a thing of machines, that would be an input. Yeah, the quick and dirty method is fine. I don't use it because I like to show my work and do the whole step and know all the things, but quick and dirty method's fine. Yeah, it depends on if the question's focused on production or on resources. This is focused on number of things being made. So comparative advantage is who has the lower, it should be a more defined W, not look like a lover, gross. Lower opportunity cost, which would be, in machines, looking at my machine column, who has the lower opportunity cost? That would be still Luna. This question would bother some of you with OCD, I would bet, because... Oh, you're good, Autumn. I just did it, I think right before you hopped on, I had done it, so you're good. So this would annoy a lot of you guys with OCD. Would be like, at some point, the answer has to be Ashna. Luna, Luna, Luna. It's just going to suck for some of you guys. With trade between these two countries, which country will import food? So, if they were to trade, who will be importing food? You're gonna be so mad. Okay, so if they trade, who imports what? Well, okay, if they trade, who makes what is the first thing. If they trade, you specialize in what you have a comparative advantage in. That would mean Luna, we mentioned before, has the comparative advantage in machines because they have a lower opportunity cost. It's the one that's over here, this side. Let me use this hand, this is easier. This side. Luna has the lower opportunity cost there because 1 is less than 3. So Luna would be making the machines and Ashna would be making the food, which means who's importing the food? Luna is again. Yeah, George. This is a real FRQ. This was on an AP exam. I would have been so pissed if I were you guys. It's not like it's hard, it's just annoying that it's Luna for all 4 of them. Can I do a balance sheet question? I'm going to do a monetary policy, fiscal policy question, and then I'll do another balance sheet question. It's Luna again. It's Luna again. Luna, 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 Luna. You have to explain it each time, so it's not the same answer each time. What are the odds of this happening? Pretty friggin' low, but be aware that College Board doesn't have any rules about like answer choices not being the same. Like on a multiple choice AP exam, you could have the answer choice be D for 12 questions in a row. That can happen. It is statistically super hard for that to happen, but College Board doesn't stop the exam from doing that. That is not a thing they stop. So on FRQs, there have been times on AP exams where more than one FRQ had you draw the same graph, which isn't crazy because the aggregate demand aggregate supply graph is pretty common. But not only that, they had you draw the same shift on that graph in multiple different FRQ problems. People got freaked out. They're like, wait, I drew AD on question 1. There's an AD increase on question 2 also? And it was. People just got thrown off by that. So be aware that that can happen. That's totally fine. Give an example of a term of trade that is acceptable to both countries. Again, to do terms of trade, you have to do 2 things to do term of trade. First, figure out who is making what. We've already figured that part out. Luna is making the machines, Ashna is making the food. That part we're good on. Second thing, use your opportunity costs as a range. You use the opportunity costs. It says any term of trade, so I'm going to use the one machine ones because those don't have any fractions. So my opportunity costs for one machine were 1 food, and the other one was 3 food. And I'm going to use my colors for this. I'm going to use Luna in blue. I'm going to use Ashna in yellow. Okay, this one right here was Ashna's. This one up here was Luna's. The term of trade that I am going to propose is going to be 1M for some amount of F. For it to be mutually beneficial, it has to fall in between the range set by their opportunity costs. So anything between 1 and 3 will work, which means I would just do 1 for 2. 1 machine for 2 food would be a mutually beneficial trade, but we've got to explain that. It doesn't say to, but I'm always going to want to be able to explain this. So again, Luna, we said, was trading the machines. So I'm just going to focus on this. On that side of the equation, and Ashna is giving away the food, so I'm going to focus on that for them. So let's run through the full explanation. This top one was Luna's, right? Luna used to give up 1 machine and get back 1 food. That was the only thing. Riley, do you have to take it only if your major requires you get an econ credit? Yeah, it's only if your major or this college that you're in requires an econ credit do you have to take basic economics. The good news is keep your journal because a lot of the stuff they cover is the same stuff we've covered, which makes that class. The good thing with failing an AP exam, the positive, is if you weren't terrible at the class and you keep your notes, then you can get a reasonably good grade on the college class your freshman year. If you fail the stat exam but you have all your stat notes, there's a good chance you're going to get a 94 on stat, even though you failed the stat exam. So it's not the biggest deal if you fail your AP exams. It costs you some money, but GPA-wise in college and having to take a class, it can actually be not the worst thing in the world. So Luna used to give up 1 for 1. Now they're giving up 1 and getting back 2 in this hypothetical trade I proposed. Good. That's a good trade for them because they're getting back more than before. Now for Ashna, here's the big thing. You have to know what Ashna's giving up. They're giving up the food. This trade is food from Ashna, from machines, from Luna. So Ashna used to give up 3 food for 1 machine. Now they're giving up 2 food for 1 machine. This is also a good deal. This is also a good deal for Ashna. Why? Because they're saving food. They are saving food. Right? It costs them less now. They're getting the same amount as before, but they're giving up less. Reminder, and this is super important. So like if you want to write it down on a piece of paper on a notes tab, write it down right now. So pause, give you a bit to like get your pen and paper or something right down. This is super important for explaining terms of trade. You need to double check with other opportunity cost numbers. You only have to do a term of trade for one of them. You don't have to do for both. You could do another one if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Like you could do a term of trade of 1F for 1/2 M. Same idea. It would also work. You don't have to do that. Here's the like thing I would write down, which is in a term of trade problem, when it's mutually beneficial, one side will be gaining more than before, and the other side will be giving up less than before. That is why it's mutually beneficial. It's not because they're both gaining more than before. It's because one is gaining more than before, and the other one is giving up less. So like one is saving, one is earning more. That's why they're both good. So whenever you do a term of trade problem, be aware that when you're going through the logic of it, it's like, wait, this side's getting less. It's like, no. This side is giving up the F. They're giving up 1 less. That's awesome for them. That's a good deal for both. Again, this question didn't ask you to explain it, so all you had to do was just figure out what's the number between 1 and 3. 2? Yeah, that's the answer. You don't have to do anything else other than that. Okay. BB asked if I could do an input problem really quickly. Now let me show you what I mean, BB, when I say that there aren't many input problems. This question has an input FRQ, although it's just literally only part A is an input FRQ. This is an output 1. This is an output 1. This is output. This is output. Oh, it's making me log back in. That's how few input problems there are. Let me keep. There's 10 more of them. Not saying it's impossible to have an input problem FRQ. I am saying there are so few of them. That's output. That's output. That's output. This is also output. This is also output. And this is also output. The table isn't showing up, but this one, yeah, there you go. That's also there. So out of 10 FRQs they've had with comparative and absolute advantage, only 1 has been an input problem, and on that one, it was just asking for comparative advantage. Can I go over the master econ problem? Oh, you mean like my 7 graph shift problem? Oh, sweet Jesus. Is that worth it? I don't know if that's a worthwhile problem to do, honestly, Landry, because that question's more just about like flexing and showing off than helping you for the AP exam. I mean, it helps, but it's just like unnecessary. So when I say that input problems don't matter, what I mean is you rarely have to do them. They will never be tied to terms of trade, or at least they never have been. If they are, then it's still a range based on the opportunity costs. I don't know why they would do that, because that's just unnecessary difficulty. But it's always tied to an output problem. We wanted to do a monetary policy, fiscal policy problem. See if I can find a long FRQ with that. No, that's foreign exchange market still. What do I predict? It's come up a few times. I predict long FRQ is going to involve aggregate demand, aggregate supply, and probably at least one other graph, maybe 2, in some way, shape, or form. It almost always does. That's a very normal thing for it to have happen. Your short FRQ, in my opinion, will probably be a comparative advantage problem or a bank balance sheet problem. Let me find, okay, crowding out will work because it can be a part of this. Monetary policy, money market, loanable funds market, fiscal and monetary policy actions in the short run. Something like that. Yeah, it can be unexpected. And in macro, it's been a little easier than micro in terms of things that aren't insane happening. Yeah, Tanner spelled higher wrong. That was funny. He actually almost got it. It was so funny. He was so close. No, let me see this one. Yes, this is good. Let's use this one. This is a long FRQ. This is a multi-graph problem. This hits on AD, and this hits on. What percentage do you need to get a 4? Generally, Ion, it's 68%, around that. Between 66 and 70% is the typical 4 threshold. So trying to aim for at least 2/3 of the points to get a 4. A 5 is about 80%. That could vary this year. The 4 threshold is, for econ, it's typically 66 to 68% is your 4 threshold. Your 3 threshold's like a 56, 58%. And your 5 is typically an 80. That varies. Guys, calm down about micro. Okay, economy is currently in a recession. Again, how this question would be phrased, 56%, Nash, typically, a little over half. How this question will probably be phrased on your current AP exam this year is most likely going to ask something along the lines of, your economy is currently in a recession. Is your current equilibrium point to the left, to the right, or on your long-run aggregate supply curve? Is how they would ask this same question without requiring you to draw it. That is the way that you would see it. Now, I've drawn it a couple of times today. This is the most frequently asked setup for an aggregate demand aggregate supply problem. This and starting at full employment, but you guys don't tend to mess that part up. But this is what my graph should look like. If I were to draw this for this, it would look like that. My current equilibrium is to the left of LRAS because I have less production than I am supposed to, because if you're in a recession, your production level is lower than what it's supposed to be. All right? Okay. What's the most difficult thing they can get us in this class? Not really. That's not that much. It's having a question like this that has just a lot of different parts. It's having things from lots of different units so that if there's one thing you're weak at, it can cost you. It's stuff like that. Is the answer to that on the right? I mean, like, if I click this, yes, I can click on it and show it, but I'll just work it. This is I haven't labeled my stuff like my Y and my X because you don't have to draw your graphs in your AP exam this year, but this is the basic idea. Full employment output is where your LRAS line is. Current output is Y1. Current price level is PL1. Identify one action the central bank can take to help an economy recover from a recession. So this is monetary policy because it's central bank. Although if it's fiscal policy, you would have a similar starting point to this. Either way, if it's monetary or fiscal policy and you're in a recession, what type of policy should they be pursuing? Not monetary or fiscal, but what type of monetary or fiscal policy should they be pursuing? If you're in a recession, you need your economy to grow. So you need to be doing, oh my God, let me give me a more visible color. They need to be doing expansionary policy. This is not the answer. This is just how to get to your answer. There's going to need to be an expansionary policy because expansionary policies increase aggregate demand. They get your economy to stimulate and grow and increase their spending levels. So we need an expansionary policy. It needs to be monetary because it says central bank. Central bank controls monetary policy. So it's expansionary and it's monetary. You need to give them one expansionary monetary policy. There are 3 expansionary monetary policies you can choose from here. It just says to identify it, so you could have just written one of these 3 things. Lowering the reserve requirement, because if they lower the reserve requirement, that means that banks don't have to hold on to as much of your deposit, so they can loan out more money, which means you would borrow more and spend more. That's expansionary. They could lower the discount rate. Again, the discount rate is the price of a loan from the Federal Reserve to banks. If they lower the discount rate, that makes it easier for banks to borrow from the Fed. If banks can borrow more from the Fed, they can lend more to us and spend more. And then Ion has the last one, which is that the central bank could buy bonds. If the central bank buys bonds, that would mean that people and banks will get more money. The end goal of all of these, Ali, is to decrease interest rates. However, decreasing interest rates isn't the monetary policy. It's just the end result of the monetary policy. So you have to say one of these three things. All of these three things will decrease interest rates, which is what drives up the spending. But you gotta do one of these for it to happen. The discount rate is an interest rate. It's just the interest rate on a loan from the Fed to the banks. So the Fed's buying bonds, and central banks buying bonds. It means that regular banks and consumers will now have more cash on hand. Is the central bank doing all that right now? You bet, George. They absolutely are. They're buying bonds like friggin' crazy right now. The discount rate is at one of its all-time lows. The reserve requirement, it's hard to change that, to be honest, because people get really upset when they do that. That's as low as it realistically can be, which is not 0. It's like 8. But these two happen like crazy. This one happens all the time. They do this all of the time. How does the central bank influence the federal funds rate? That is a good question, Quan. That is like tangential monetary policy. It comes up occasionally. The federal funds rate is the price the price of a loan from banks to other banks, like regular banks. Like if Wells Fargo needed to borrow $5,000 from Chase because they're next door or whatever, and it's really easy. So how does the central bank influence that? By changing how much money banks have. That's typically through the bond thing. Like when the Federal Reserve is buying bonds, that means that every bank has more cash. So if banks were going to loan to each other and they have more money, they would charge less. So the federal funds rate goes down. You can technically put like decreased federal funds rate as like a thing that happens as a result of this. It's an interest rate. It going down is expansionary. Do you think there's going to be a loanable funds graph on the test? Yeah, it's possible. The long FRQ, it's always hard to tell. Because the long FRQ is always like, spin the wheel, pick 3 graphs. Like, it's going to be aggregate demand supply? Probably. It's super rare that it's not that. It could be monetary, it could be money market, it could be loanable funds market. This is a long FRQ, and it has aggregate demand supply, monetary policy, money market, and loanable funds market. They're all there. So it could show up here too. How do you know if it's fiscal or monetary? The central bank or the Federal Reserve, that is a key word that means monetary policy because they changed the money supply. Monetary is complicated. All these things are complicated. Interest rates are complicated. So this is all monetary. Fiscal is simple. Fiscal is taxes and spending. That is stuff done by Congress, stuff that can be done by the president. This is not to get political, but because Congress is not typically trusted with high-level economic stuff, they gave them the simple buttons. The spend more money, tax more buttons. Just those 2 buttons. Those are the buttons that Congress gets to press. The Federal Reserve has like these 3 and then like technically like 17 more that are like hidden and even more complicated. So like they gave the complicated stuff to the Federal Reserve because they are kind of more experts, whereas Congress, you don't have to be an expert to be a congressman, you just have to get elected. So they tend to be a little, they give them the easier button. The easier buttons are government spending and taxes. That's fiscal policy. Okay, draw a correctly labeled graph of the money market and show the impact on the nominal interest rate. Yeah, cutting taxes would be the fiscal policy, Autumn. If this had asked what could the government do, or identify one fiscal policy action they could do to recover from the recession, Autumn, that would be correct. That would work. But because it is the central bank does not control taxes. They're not elected officials. They're not Congress. So that would not work in this problem. But it is the right idea. That is an expansionary policy. That's just an expansionary fiscal as opposed to an expansionary monetary policy. In fairness, that wouldn't cost you too much on this question, I don't think. So, I mean, frankly, I'm making fun of anyone who's in Congress. That could have been Democrat, that could have been Republican. I think Congress in itself is kind of inept all the time. That one's kind of regardless of party affiliation. Congress tends not to do super good. I'm making fun of whoever on that. That could have been anybody. Okay, quick little graph for the money market. That's this graph. This is the money market graph. Show how this affects the interest rate. Now, Ali already spoiled it. It does decrease the interest rate. Why? Monetary policies change the money supply. This is what the central bank controls and regulates. The central bank, the way they affect the economy is by affecting how much money exists in the economy. That is the money supply. So they're changing that. If it's an expansionary policy, it makes things bigger. So guess what? It expands and makes the money supply bigger. Shifts it to the right. Right word is always increase. We increase the money supply there. Basic idea is if you do any of those three things in blue on this screen, banks will be able to lend more money, which lets that money multiplier effect stuff kick in, where banks are effectively creating more money. In doing so, if banks have more to lend, guess what? Those loans get cheaper, because if banks have more to lend, they've got to compete with each other. If everyone's got more to lend, in order to maintain competitiveness, they've got to lower the price. Imagine if every single company decided, hey, we're all going to make, what would be stupid? Oh my god, what's the dumbest thing I can imagine? AirPods. If every single thing makes AirPods, then AirPod prices go down. It's like an overabundance of supply in a market. What is the triple shift in the ADAS curve? If by triple shift you mean like the long run self-adjustment, I know what that means. I'm not sure what you mean by the triple shift. The axes are quantity of money, Nick, and nominal interest rate. I just wrote IR because I'm saving myself time, but it's nominal interest rate. And the hint there is here. A lot of the times on a question, they'll tell you something like this. How does that affect the nominal interest rate? Oh, that's probably on this graph. That tends to help. So, Anish, if you specify that a little more clearly for me so I know what you're talking about, I can try and answer that. Austin, what are the shifters of money demand? There are three of them, really. Your money demand shifters are income, price level, and then super specific technological changes. So I'll explain that last one last. Money demand is how badly people want to hold their wealth in the form of cash. So if you have more money, you tend to hold more of your money in the form of cash because you make higher cost purchases. Like people who are super rich shop at like Central Market, so they have to have more spendable cash on hand because they're going to buy that stuff as opposed to Walmart, right? They need to have more spendable cash on hand because of that. When it comes to price level, if overall prices are higher, then you need to have more money so that you can buy those things, right? If prices are higher, then you need to have more cash so you can afford stuff. So price level changing will affect it too. And then specific technological changes are things like credit cards. If credit cards become more and more popular, then the demand for money goes down because you don't really need to have spendable cash if you have a credit card. It substitutes it. It helps you get away with it. Do you need to know velocity of money? Kind of. So you can say if aggregate demand increases, then money demand increases, right? Yes, you can. Percentage to get a 4 or a 5. To get a 4, 68% roughly, 5, 80% roughly. Aha! That's the question, Nish. Yeah, basically. Yes, you technically in that situation you can actually shift all three. You never ever actually need to draw that. They never ask you to draw that because that's a little too hard to look at on a graph. It's a little too hard to grade that as a grader, but yes, that is true. And that'll come up on this question actually. So those of you that are like scared by her thing. Oh, I know. It says last second cram thing, and it's got like 90 views, so people are going to see it. Okay. D. On your graph for part A, which is the aggregate demand aggregate supply graph, show how this affects real output and price level. Okay. Recommend typing it or doing it on paper. If you're cool with typing math, then typing is fine. If you hate typing math with a burning passion, then I would do it on paper. Either way, you should have paper out because you should be using scratch paper either for your math or at least for your graph stuff. Because even though you're not required to draw graphs for the AP exam this year, there is a very strong likelihood based on their sample exam questions that graphs will still be referenced. So it's a good idea to be drawing them anyway. Okay. So again, this is what my graph looked like initially. So we have a decrease in interest rates, which should cause what change on my aggregate demand aggregate supply graph? This should increase AD. Reminder that expansionary monetary and fiscal policies both end with an increase in aggregate demand. Let's say it goes smoothly. Let's say it gets them back to full employment. They wouldn't have counted off if you did that or didn't do that. You just had to draw AD increasing. But I'm going to pretend that in this happy reality, this actually fixed the problem. Like that. This is D. Yeah, BB, that's not bad. That's not a bad point. If your handwriting's really bad, it's not a bad idea to type it. Assume that there is if you're typing it, again, if you're typing it on like a Google Doc, make sure you download that Google Doc after you finished not after you submit it, but like after you've finished typing as a PDF or as a Word document and then attach that file. Don't just People have been asking, can I just attach a link to it? Like, no, what the hell? Save the file as like an actual file and submit the actual file. Okay, or just copy it from that onto the text box submission. That's also fine. Assume that there is an increase in business confidence as a result of the central bank's action. Businesses are like, oh, cool, the Federal Reserve is being real smart. We can be stupid. No, it just means we can be kind of reckless, or at least we're willing to be a little more reckless. So what'll happen to the demand for capital goods? Okay, remember the capital goods are what businesses spend most of their money on. Those are things that help them produce more stuff. Okay, those are things that help them produce more stuff. Okay, well, if you do that, now you can just copy paste. Yeah, you can type it in the copy paste. That's fine. Like into their text submission box. What'll happen to the demand for capital goods? It should go up. If businesses are more confident in the economy, they're going to be willing to make more big purchases on things like factories, machinery, new tools, technology, stuff like that. The economy is going well. Okay, let's spend more. Let's crank up that money. Yeah, George, I mentioned that I brought this up at the beginning of the video. If you're doing it as a type, if you submit a picture of it, make sure, one, that you have your name and your ID number on each of the pages. 2, take a different picture for each page. And 3, make sure that your pictures are submitting as either a JPEG or a PNG file from your phone. When you take a picture with your phone, it needs to be as a PNG or a JPEG file. So, correctly labeled graph of loanable funds market. Show the effect of the change in EI on the real interest rate. Okay. So what they're asking for here is, okay, businesses are going to ramp up their spending, ramp up their demand for capital goods. What will happen on the loanable funds market graph if businesses do that? So this is my loanable funds market graph. It's quantity of loanable funds. I'm just going to abbreviate stuff because you don't have to draw it on the AP exam anymore, or on this year's AP exam. Real interest rate is the y-axis, quantity of supply of loans, demand of loans. Why is this graph coming into question? Why is this graph a problem? Why is this graph one that they are actually asking you guys to do? The reason is businesses are going to ramp up their spending. Do businesses necessarily have the money to do that on them all the time? No. So if they want to spend more but they don't necessarily have more, what could a business do? Borrow. Demand for loans could increase. If businesses ramp up their demand for loans, it could drive up the demand for loans, driving up real interest rate. Now this answer actually makes part F kind of complicated. I bet you money that part F has like 3 different answers. I'm gonna bet money that part F has multiple answers on this. I haven't seen this FRQ in a while. Let me see. Yeah, there's also for that. Okay. There we go. So this should ramp up the demand for loanable funds. Which will drive up real interest rate. It says, given to your answer in part E, it actually does matter which part of part E you're referencing here. If you reference part EI, potential real output in the long run, which is your LRAS line, should increase. Why? Because you got more capital now. You've got more tools, more tech, more machinery. Businesses have a higher capability of production now, so your LRAS curve should increase. That is the answer I would have gone with because I specifically said here, there are going to be more capital goods now. They're going to have more capital goods. So that means LRAS should increase. That means potential GDP should go up. This basically just means what happens to our ideal amount of production. That's going to go up because if we have more capital goods, we're going to have more economic growth. Technically speaking, you could have other answers here. You could say it's indeterminate because even though it goes up here, this would cause it to go down. That's actually possible. So there's more than one answer here technically, but the best answer here is it goes up because there's more capital goods and then move on with your life. Okay, so I think I was able to hit a few things there. I got monetary policy, I got money market, I got central bank, I got I didn't really get fiscal policy, but I kind of got fiscal policy. I touched on fiscal policy. I got some long-run growth stuff. This is a long FRQ, so it hits on a lot of different things. Questions, comments, concerns, specifics you want me to go over? Because sorry guys, I don't see all the questions you guys have. Let me just grab long FRQs. Only 39 of them, 9 of them on here. Okay. Let me just scroll through these and look for one that I think is good. Did that one just now. Yeah. Oh, here's something that's good to mention. It's tied to the monetary policy thing. When they ask this, open market operations are the buying and selling of bonds. When you see open market operation as part of your question, it means your answer needs to be something about bonds, whether that's the Federal Reserve buying bonds or selling bonds. Oh, crowding out. Yeah. Austin, you have asked that every single day for like a week. That must mean my explanation is not good enough, okay? Just has to mean that. Yeah, this is literally a crowding out question, so let's do this. So, crowding out, basic idea, is when the government increases their spending in a period of time in which they do not have that money to spend. Okay, that's what crowding out is, because what's going to end up happening is if they ramp up their spending when they don't actually have money to spend, the government's going to have to borrow, and in doing so, they're going to crowd us, me and you consumers, out of the market for loans. They're going to make it harder for me and you and businesses to borrow. This is shown using your loanable funds market graph. So, what your key things are for crowding out is loanable funds market graph, deficit spending. Because deficit spending is when the government is spending money that it doesn't necessarily have. So assume the government increases deficit spending. Explain how that'll increase or how that'll affect real interest rate. What's going to happen here is the demand for loans is going to go up, because if the government is ramping up their spending and they don't have the money to do so, and again, deficit means that they don't have the money to do so, they're going to have to borrow more. Yeah, it's coupled with deficit spending. Does crowding in ever happen? I can kind of get to that, Quan. I can address that. It's not crowding in, but yeah, there is something like that. So this increase in demand is going to drive up real interest rate, because if the government is borrowing, then guess what? Loans are going to get more expensive. The government borrows all the time. The government borrows like crazy. So feel free to just do that. So demand goes up, real interest rate goes up. That is like the sort of minimal thing on crowding out. Why this matters is because, let's look at it. How will this affect investment in plant and equipment? This is technology, this is tools, this is machinery, this is capital. It's going to drop it. Right? If you see, this real interest rate change is going to make it harder for businesses to borrow and spend. So they can't really buy equipment, they can't really buy factories. It's going to reduce our long-term economic growth. It's going to cap down growth. And I'm going to literally ignore part D because the Forex market doesn't matter for this exam. But this is why crowding out's a problem. It's because it makes interest rates higher, makes it harder for me and you to borrow, makes it harder for businesses to borrow and spend, which hurts capital and hurts our economic growth. Caleb, that's a pretty good explanation of it. That's a nice short version of it. It happens when the government decides to spend money that it doesn't have. Have I gone over the 2020 sample questions? Yes, Damien. It's on my channel. I have videos where it says like FRQ practice AP macro sample exam. It's from like, I think it's 5/9, 5/10, around those dates. So if you want to go back to my channel, look for that. You've got it. It's there. Crowding out, higher demand for loanable funds, higher interest rates, more saving, less investment, less AD. Yep. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. That'll cover it. Yeah. It makes it so a thing that could increase AD can actually decrease it. Quan's question was, does crowding in ever happen? I mean, yeah, technically. If the government reduces the deficit, if they drop deficit spending, if they decide, hey, let's get our head out of our butts a little bit and try and actually balance the budget, then yeah, it could be a decrease in demand for loanable funds. Because the government isn't borrowing as much, which could result in lower interest rates and starting to increase our economic growth. The opposite would happen if the government did the opposite. But it's called crowding out because crowding out's the problem. The solution is if we had a balanced budget, or if we attempt to balance our budget. The problem with that, though, is when you're doing that, think about it, what things would balance the budget? Either increasing taxes or decreasing government spending. And guys, those are contractionary fiscal policies. Those hurt your spending level. So be aware that in either case, it's sort of like a helping and hurting. Like when you're doing crowding out, this is increased government spending. That increases AD. That can end up actually decreasing AD because it hurts investment spending. Okay, yeah, we're in the home stretch, guys. What do you need? It's the last second stuff we need. Check my channel, make sure everything's still running properly. Fiscal policy affects AD and monetary policy affects SRAS. No, Colton. They both affect AD. The monetary policy also affects the money supply. That's the supply curve you're thinking of. Monetary policy affects the money supply and then AD. So both policies affect AD eventually. BB, appreciate it. You have a good one. Best of luck, dude. I appreciate that kind of stuff. The cool thing is these videos get to exist on YouTube kind of permanently, so kids next year can always use these too. Yeah, both policies shift AD. Monetary and fiscal, both. Spending and tax multiplier questions. Bill, I got it. Let's find another one. Multipliers. Why is money neutral in the long run? Oh, that's the quantity theory of money. The basic idea there, Quan, is because when you increase the money supply at full employment, which in the long run we assume that you're like gravitating towards full employment, the extra money going around doesn't actually improve production because it can't, because you kind of maximized production. It's just going to drive prices up. Oh, this one's great. This is the type of question I was looking for. I forgot about this question. Tanner, loanable funds is on the exam. It is. It's on. I've been going through it because it is. Forex is the only one that's not. The currency market is the only one that it's not. Now, capital flow's not on the exam, and that's a loanable funds market thing, but loanable funds market is a part of the money market unit. So, yeah, that is. Tanner, it's just supply and demand of loans. The supplier is banks. The demander is anyone who borrows. Just go with that, and you should be fine. That graph is not too tricky. Comparative advantage, go on and do that one as well. Forex market is not. Loanable funds market is. Yes, thank you, Austin. Okay. So, I'm going to sort of skip down to this. Down to D to help with what Bill is asking. It's not... One, Tanner, it might not show up because, like, there's so many things that could be on this exam, and it's 2 FRQs, so, like, it could easily not. A lot of these FRQs don't have loanable funds market on it, so you could just get, it could just not happen. It could just not be on it. That's happened before. Tanner's getting picked on. Tanner gets picked on every day in our class, so that's a normal thing for us. So here we go. MPC is 0.8. Got it. Why am I writing this on the whiteboard? I can type it on this with the pen. MPC is 0.8. Thank you. Value of the recessionary gap is $300 billion. Okay, what that means is in order for our economy to get back to normal, we need GDP to go up by $300 billion. If I'm going to visualize this on a graph, I will actually draw this. If I am visualizing, I'm trying to do this kind of fast so that I can cover as much as possible before 2:30. I'm going to hop off here at 2:30 so you guys can all go to the exam and everything. So the recessionary gap is literally this. It is, in brackets down here, the gap between my equilibrium point and my LRAS line. So this is $300 billion. If the government changes spending without changing taxes, calculate the minimum required change in government spending. So this is saying, hey, we're assuming this works, how much does the government have to change spending on? Here's the formula. Change in spending, time is my multiplier, equals the change in GDP. Now you have to figure out what they are asking me to solve for. They're not asking me to solve for the change in GDP. They're asking me to solve for the change in spending, right? What's the minimum required change in government spending? So change in spending, I don't know. That is my variable that I am looking for. My multiplier is 1 over my MPS, and MPC is 0.8. So for like the 12th time today, my MPS is 0.2. And my change in GDP needs to be 300 billion. I need GDP to go up by 300 billion. 1 over 0.2, for those of you that forget, 1 over 0.2 is 5. Something times 5 is 300 billion. Delta S equals 60 billion. 60 times 5 is 300. 60 billion times 5 is 300 billion. Boom. Done. Nailed it. Same question as before. They love to ask this question whenever they do a multiplier problem. If the government changes taxes instead, will the minimum change in taxes need to be greater than, smaller than, or equal to? Now, this is written differently, so you got to be careful. Don't just circle smaller than because you see taxes. It's asking, will the change in taxes need to be greater than the change in spending, less than the change in spending, or equal to the change in spending? I'm going to do the math because it's always good to do it just to double check. It's change in taxes times the tax multiplier, different multiplier, equals the change in GDP. Solving for change in taxes. Remember, your tax multiplier, negative MPC over MPS, 0.8 over 0.2, equals 300 billion. This is negative 4. Something times negative 4 equals 300 billion. Well, that means that my change in taxes will have to be a decrease in taxes. I'm cutting taxes. That's why it's negative. A decrease in taxes of 120. Oh, that's not. Wait, that's not right. No, it's not right. 75. Sorry, I was thinking if it was 500. Negative 75 billion. Now, to be clear, this is like, even though it's a negative 75 billion, this is a greater change in taxes because like that's absolute value. Like, what's the change in taxes? The change in taxes is a $75 billion cut in taxes. That is bigger change than 60 billion. So a change in taxes will have to be larger than the change in spending. People save a portion in the in tax changes. No worries, Brandon. See you, dude. Of course, glad to help. Everything I can do to help. Assume the government in the last... I'm not going to do the last part here. This is fine. This was just to help Bill with the MPS MPC multiplier stuff. Bill, does that help? Or do you need a little bit more? I'll do a comparative advantage one for Roxana. It's fun to see all the kids I don't know. First time being on time? Nice. I mean, Jackson, this video's been going on for like 4 hours, but yeah. Bill, you got it? Awesome. Okay, let's do a comparative advantage question for Roxana. I'll do one more of these because again, I feel like there's a good chance that it's going to happen. And there are a few of them. I'm not going to do that one. Oh, Brian, was it a... Oh, WAP just finished. Brian, was it a... Oh, please tell me it was a Mongol thing. Oh, God, please tell me it was Mongols. Oh, do E, please? Sorry. Oh, God. Let me see if I can go back to that, Zan. Oh, geez. Multipliers. See if I can find it. Am I that good? Am I that good? I'm that good. All right, I found it. For Zan, because they asked if I could do this before I navigated off of it. Okay. Assume the government lowers taxes to eliminate the recessionary gap. Will each of the following increase, decrease, or stay the same? For aggregate demand, well, they lower taxes, right? AD should go up. If you lower taxes, people are going to do what with that money? Spend that money. People are going to spend it. That's why lowering taxes here increase GDP. Because when you lower taxes, people can spend more. So increases aggregate demand because when you lower taxes, people have more income and then can spend more money. For the last part, for LRAS, what happens to it? The answer is nothing. At least based on this. This in itself, on its own, doesn't have to do anything to it. Now, there are other explanations that can work. You can go further than this. You can say nothing because lowering income taxes does not have a direct change on long and aggregate supply. The reason why you can say that is because you do not know if this economy is in like a deficit or a surplus or anything. We don't know, so it doesn't have to. You got a Mongolian one, Brian? Sweet. Thank God. I'm glad. Good job, buddy. So nothing is the short version for this. The long version would be, okay, it could go down because if you lower taxes and you're in a deficit, that's going to drive up deficit spending, which is going to cause crowding out, which is going to raise interest rates, which is going to reduce capital, blah, 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 blah. You could have written that, and that is hilarious to write because you also could have written, it's not going to change it because changing taxes doesn't have a direct impact on it. So that's one of those cool things with econ where you could have done a lot more and it wouldn't have been that bad. Tanner, it's okay. You did remarkably well for someone who sleeps as much in class as you do. It's you and Landon who are like kings of sleeping and still getting like 97s on stuff, which is wild, all things considered. For anyone who's not in my class, that's why we picked on Tanner so much. Okay, so there's your questions on those two. The comparative advantage thing. Let's grab one of these. Oh god, that's a production possibilities curve question. I hate that one. What? How did it go back to that? Well, one that's just yeah, this is fine. This will work. This is basically in table form. So this is for you, Roxana. This is the comparative advantage stuff. So what we got here? We got country X and country Y. They're trade partners. They make furnaces and solar panels, which is the only things they make. That's great. That's super weird. I'm drawing a table. I always draw a table. Every time I do this, I draw a friggin' table. Okay. Furnaces, solar panels. What about SRAS on that last one? Changing income taxes does not have if it's income taxes, it doesn't have a direct impact. Not a direct one. That doesn't change your ability to produce things. If it's a tax on businesses, if it's a tax on corporate stuff, then it would affect it. But that one said specifically income taxes. So income taxes is an aggregate demand shifter, not an SRAS shifter. So we've got country X and country Y both make 6. And then 8 and 12. God, my ADHD helps so much when I'm answering 25 questions at the same time. Somehow it's actually helped me. So again, I do this. 6, 8, 6, 12. Good. Who's got an absolute advantage in solar panels? Okay, done. Again, absolute advantage is who can produce the most given the same amount of resources. They are given equal amounts of resources here. They always specify that if it's an output problem. And country Y can make more. So country Y's got the absolute advantage. If it asks you to explain it, you should just say because they have the same amount of resources and country Y can produce more, they have the absolute advantage. Done. I know that was very fast. Those of you that are not in my class, you're like, holy crap, he talks quick. Yeah, I do. Calculate the opportunity cost of a furnace in country Y. Every time country Y makes a furnace, how many solar panels could they have made instead? It's a ratio. What you do is you take the other number, you put it over the current one. So you do 12 over 6, that is 2. So every time they make a furnace, they could have made 2 solar panels. That is their opportunity cost. Now, just for fun, I'm going to do the rest of the opportunity costs because it's probably going to matter. 8 over 6 is 4/3. Wait, yes. And then 6 over 8 is 3/4. So here you go. These are my opportunity costs. The 1F equals, the 1S equals. Those are the opportunity costs. For X making one furnace, it's 4/3 of a solar panel. For X making one solar panel, it's 3/4 of a furnace, blah, 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 blah. So who's got the comparative advantage? It's whoever, in producing furnaces, gives up fewer solar panels. It's whoever's got the lower opportunity cost. So who's got the lower opportunity cost in producing furnaces? That would be country X. Because for every furnace they make, they only gave up 4/3 of a solar panel. Whereas for country Y, every time they made a furnace, they gave up 2 solar panels. So country X has the comparative advantage because they have, and this is what you'll always write as part of your explanation, if not your whole explanation. It's pretty much your whole explanation. because they have a lower opportunity cost. If you handwrite it and you do the table, you can almost always write, they have a lower opportunity cost, see table. And you can use that. Madison, of course, thanks for helping me out a lot with this stuff. Appreciate it. It was awesome teaching you. Terms of trade were such that 2 furnaces are being exchanged for 1 solar panel. Should country X produce them themselves or actually do the trade? This question's just asking, is this a good deal for country X? So the trade is 1 solar panel for 2 furnaces. What I need to do is I need to grab the opportunity cost that looked like this. That means I need to find the opportunity cost of 1 solar panel for each. So that's 1 solar panel equals 3/4 of a furnace. This was for country X. It's for X. And then 1 solar panel equals 1/2 of a furnace. And that's for country Y. One thing should become very apparent here, which is 2 is not between 3/4 and 1/2. So this will not be a mutually beneficial term of trade. This is not going to be mutually beneficial. Someone is getting screwed over here. Let's figure out who it is. Barker, thank you. Anish, glad to help. So for country X is the one that's making the furnaces, so we've got to keep an eye on this for them. Okay, we get it, College Board. Stop trying to make me hop out of this thing. I'm trying to do good work. There is, if you go onto those videos, they have the sample key attached, and I also have videos of myself working through them. Allison. If you go to those videos where they posted those questions and they get like 45 minutes for you to work through them, if you click on the description, there is the key attached to that. It's in the description of the video. If you just scroll down. They also did videos where they answered them, and I had videos where I answered them as well. So, sorry for this. Country Y, out of the PDF demo. Interesting, okay. I'm not sure what you mean by the sample questions then. Okay, so this was for country Y. They used to give up 1 for 1/2. Now they're giving up 1 for 2. So that's a good trade for country Y. Country X is giving up the furnaces because they specialized in furnaces, right? They used to give up 3/4 of a furnace for 1 solar panel. Now they're giving up 2 furnaces for 1 solar panel. This is a bad trade for country X. They should produce domestically. Quick question, if there's an increase in investment, when do you know if it's just an increase in AD or an increase in LRAS as well? It's if it asks for the long run. So if it asks in the short run, it's just an increase in investment spending. It's just an increase in AD. If they ask what is the long run impact of that on like the potential real GDP or the natural rate of output or your LRAS, that's when you increase it. So it's like, what's the long run impact of that increase in investment? That is an increase in LRAS, Ayush. You should never actually be drawing LRAS increasing or decreasing. If they ever are asking about it, it's typically as like the last thing you're doing with the graph, and then you're leaving it and not messing around with it. Roxana, did that clarify anything for you, or do I need to repeat a step there? Because I tried to do that to help you out. I'm not sure if I was able to because I got distracted by some of my students saying goodbye. I can't see the links. Are the links like not coming up in the chat? I wonder. Or is it just for me? I can't see them. I can't see them on my end. What shifts the long-run aggregate supply, Lily? That is things that change your ideal amount of production. What that means is things that change your max. And that could be stuff like an increase in capital or an increase in technology, which is basically capital, an increase in labor productivity, stuff like that. Because LRAS represents your ideal amount of production, so it can't be just like a temporary shift of like, they pay their workers less right now, and then they can pay their workers more, blah, 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 blah. It's got to be like a permanent thing. So like more technology, more capital, that's a good example of it. Which means typically, Lily, if there's an increase in investment spending, which is on capital goods and stuff like that, typically in the long run that leads to LRAS changing and increasing. A bank balance sheet FRQ, yeah, I can do one more of those. Let's do one more of those. There's about 14 of them on. There's about 30 of them on here, so I can always grab another one of those. Banking and the expansion of the money supply. That's the type of question. 15 of them. Let's find one that isn't actually a balance sheet. Most of you guys are not kids in my class, so I can pull ones that we've done. God, I hate this one. But it's a good one to use. I hate this one because the wording gets confusing. Jordan, you don't... Yeah, I can't see any links here either. Yeah, I can't see links. It might be because this is from my district YouTube account, so there's a possibility that like links won't show in the chat. Apologies on that. If you're trying to share links, then you can't actually see them a lot of the time. Okay, so here's a bank balance sheet for First Superior Bank. The required reserve ratio is 10%. Does expansionary fiscal policy increase the demand for money? It does eventually. But initially, expansionary fiscal policy, yeah, so many bank balance ones. I know. Kids want a lot of practice on it. For a lot of us teachers, it's a thing that we don't get to do until the end of the course, and because the end of the course got cut off for so many of us, kids had to learn on their own. So it's murdered them because this is the thing that you usually need some direction with. So, first question, how much can this bank loan out right now? First things first, they've loaned out $1,800. This is gone. This is out. You can't use this anymore. That money is in someone's pocket. It's being used for something else. That money is gone. It's asking, okay, how much can this bank loan out right now? They've got 200 in reserves, 2,000 in demand deposits. The reserve ratio is 10%. So out of this 200, again, let me make that. I want to make that a thicker pen. Let's do that. There we go. The reserves overall equal 200. A portion of that is excess. A portion of that is... Oh, Peyton, thanks. Appreciate that. I forgot to answer his question. That pretty much covers it, Peyton. Appreciate that. Okay, so the reserves, 200 of it is overall. Some of that is excess. Some of that is required. AP Classroom has kicked me out. Of course they have. College Board's trying to stop me from doing good work. Log back in. I'll find that FRQ again. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. I should remember that they were going to kick me out in 5 seconds. I do not want multiple choice questions. This was like the second or third one? Third one, I think, then. Yeah, it is. And let's make that bigger. There it is. Okay. So the reserves, 200 of them exist in total. A portion of that has to be required. A portion of that has to be excess. The reserve ratio is 10%. That means out of this deposit, 10% of it has to be in required reserves. I would get out at if you're going to stick in for the exam, you go to the exam at 2:30. You want to be opening up that link 30 minutes prior to the exam. So if you're still learning some stuff, if this is still helpful for you, I'd stick around for the next 15 minutes. You can get out for the exam if you want, though. It's your call. Do not have this video up with the exam. This video could... I don't think it counts for cheating, but log in at 2:30. So I'm turning this thing off at 2:30. So sorry. Out of this reserves, portion of its required, portion of its excess. 10% of 2,000 has to be required. What's 10% of 2,000? 200. Oh. Well, that means this bank has 200 in its required reserves and 0 in its excess reserves. Arrow. It's all 200 required reserves. Great. You don't necessarily know that inherently. You have to realize it. If you realize, 10%, wait, then this is all required reserves. Yeah. So how much can they loan out right now? None. They can't loan out anything right now. They have loaned out everything they could possibly loan out. They have 200 in currently required reserves. They have no excess reserves. They have no loanable money right now. Okay, Mr. Smith deposits $100 of cash in a demand deposit account. Calculate the maximum amount of new loans that this bank can make. Okay, I'm going to mess with this now. So, $100 deposit. How much of that deposit does the bank have to hold on to? How much of that deposit can the bank loan out? Bank has to hold on to 10% of deposits. So $10 of that is going to our required reserves. So this is now going to be a massive 210. This is now 300 because he deposited $100, which means this is 90, and that's how much money they can loan out. Now that that money's been deposited there, they can loan out $90. Do you have any very important things to know quickly before the questions? To know quickly, no. Know your graphs, at least a little bit. Know your math. Find formula sheets. If you don't have a formula sheet for this AP exam, Google AP macro formula sheet right now and find like 5 of them and pull them all up. That's about everything else, because everything else that you need to know for the exam, you need to know how to do. Expansionary policies increase AD, contractionary policies decrease AD. Crowding out makes loans more expensive, stuff like that. As a result of Mr. Smith's $100 cash deposit, calculate the maximum change over time in each of the following in the banking system. Maximum change over time tells me this is a multiplier effect problem. Okay, it's a multiplier effect if they ever do this. So what I need to do is I need to take loans, the amount that loans changed, which was 90. It's technically what you're doing here is changing excess reserves because that's the amount of money that can be loaned out, but whatever. Times the money multiplier will get us the change over time. This is the technical formula for it, but you use the same thing here. It's going to be 90 times 1 over 0.1. That is our money multiplier. It's 1 over the reserve requirement. Equals the change in the money supply, which is the amount of loans, which is 900. This is how much the bank can loan out over time. To do the demand deposit one, you do the change in the deposits times the multiplier equals the change in deposits over time. You shall get to that question in a second. Change in deposit was 100 times the multiplier, which again is 1 over 0.1, which is 10. So 1,000. Reason why I don't like this AP exam question is because D and C are actually the exact same thing, just worded different. D is what's the maximum change over time in the money supply. This is actually the same as the change in loans. That's how much money supply gets changed by, is the loan amount. So 900, 900. And then one reason why that might not happen is that people don't have to put their money in banks. Banks don't have to loan out all of their money. These are all extremes. It's a maximum because this is if banks go to their fullest extent and if people deposit all their money in banks. This will happen. Ayush's question was, how does an increase in aggregate demand affect real interest rate? Ayush, it will depend on what is causing AD to go up. If AD is going up because there's an increase in something like government spending when they are in a deficit, which means that the government doesn't have the money to spend, but they're increasing spending anyway, then that'll increase real interest rate because it's going to create more borrowing, which is going to raise the price of loans, which is real interest rate. So if demand is going up because there is more borrowing that's causing the spending to go up, then real interest rates will go up. So they get tied together if the aggregate demand increase is tied to borrowing in any way, shape, or form. That's the simplest way to answer that. If it's consumers borrowing or if it's businesses borrowing, this would also increase real interest rates. It would also increase AD. Austin, of course. So this is a bank balance sheet problem. There's a few things here that are weird. The big things to be aware of are whenever you're doing a bank balance sheet, make sure that you know what the required reserves are. You need to know that. Find the excess reserves as soon as possible. It's just whatever's left over, generally speaking. Know your multiplier formulas, because these are ones that are not always inherently given to you in like a formula sheet, because they don't love to do that, to be honest. It's because it's not a real formula. It's like I'm cheating when I use the formula. Mark, you're here too. Good to see you. Jasmine, of course. Still got 13 minutes. I can do one more thing, probably. One more. Anything else? Come on. I've only been here for like 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's just do it. Oh my god, my back. Whew. Come on, of course. You're welcome, Ella. Preston, appreciate it. Again, my seniors, keep an eye out for your email. You'll get your graduation messages from me over the weekend. It's going to take me a little bit to do them all, but I'm going to try and make sure I get a video for each of you guys. It'll be like at least a minute, probably. Crammed this so hard my head hurts now. Yeah. I mean, I did just go for 4.5 hours on like a bunch of everything. Yeah. Take a break, drink some water. Drink some water. Drink some water. It's always good. Again, have scratch paper out for your AP exam. Demand deposits are the total amount of money in the bank. Demand deposits are the total amount of money that's deposited in the bank. Doesn't inherently mean all the money in the bank, because sometimes banks have money that's not deposited there because like their owner can put money into a bank. Banks are businesses, so there's like stocks and stuff. But like deposits are the money that is stored in the bank. So when you think of money that you put into a bank, that is a demand deposit. Of course, Kenneth, no worries, man. Sophia, glad to be able to teach you guys. Hannah, of course. Zion, appreciate it. Emma, thank you so much. Kaylin, appreciate it. Allie, thanks. Nina, of course. Nina was the first sub to this channel. Shouts to Nina. Yeah, speaking of, Archer's here. Archer, say hi to everybody. Wish them all luck on the exam. Can you do that? Are you physically capable of doing that? No. You're just going to keep staring at me? Is that what's happening? He wants pets. You've been live for 5 hours, Bri. Bri, I've done live streams every day for Econ except for Monday for about 8 weeks now. So there's probably like, oh god, how many hours worth of content is there on my channel now? A disgusting amount? Oh god, he's still shedding so much. Caleb Rare, of course. Other stuff, anything else last second you... Oh, here's my last second sort of spiel of stuff. Relationships and macro. When one thing goes up, other thing goes up or down. Ones to know. GDP and unemployment are inversely related. Remember that. When GDP goes up, unemployment rate goes down, because if businesses are making more money, they can hire more people, right? When price level goes up, that means inflation is going up, because price levels, everything's priced in the economy. Inflation going up means prices have gone up. Should we include our graphs on our answer sheets even though they aren't going to be grading it instead of scratch paper? I would probably have your graphs on scratch paper. Because generally speaking, I would have just circled and crossed out your graphs if I were you guys. Oh god. My girlfriend is going to go walk the dogs now, so Archer's got it really excited. Yeah, I probably wouldn't include your graphs on your answer sheets. Only because if you do them wrong, they can hold it against you. Interest and investment. Yeah, interest rates going down means... Archer, calm down. Interest rates going down means investment spending goes up. Higher price level means more demand for money. Yes, because if prices are more expensive, if things are more expensive, you're going to need to have more cash on hand. If you know what the things mean, the relationships are, I don't want to say common sense, but like easily deduced through logic. Interest rates go up, investment spending goes down, because if loans are more expensive, then bank businesses can't borrow and spend as much. Remember that investment spending is spending by businesses on stuff like capital. So if it's harder for businesses to spend because interest rates are higher, then they're going to spend less. Higher price level does mean more demand for money. I mentioned that one already. What are the other ones? It can't help you, but it can hurt you, basically. You could technically use them to, like, say, for an explanation. You can use them to help you with an explanation. That's the usefulness of it. But in order for it to work for that, you have to have done it correctly, which there's a risk. I mean, a lot of you guys haven't drawn the graphs in a long time and aren't preparing for that, so I probably wouldn't include my graphs. They are not planning on using your graphs on your exam, so there's a chance that it could hurt you. I think it's a risk. I would say second paper. Emmy, of course, appreciate it. You guys have about 7 or 8 minutes left. I'm trying to think of other ones that matter relationship-wise. Expansionary policies increase AD, contractionary policies decrease AD, monetary policies increase the money supply. Well, or change the money supply. Expansionary monetary increases, contractionary monetary decreases the money supply. SRAS is your ability to produce currently. AD is your current spending level, basically. Loanable funds market graph. Loanable funds market graph, try not to overthink that one. That is the supply and demand of loans. Banks are the supplier. We, businesses, government are the demander. Can you make a table and reference your table? Yes. Comparative advantage, that is a very normal thing to do, is to make a table and reference it. That is super normal on your AP exam. So yeah, feel free to make a table and reference it in your answer. That's totally fine. That's what I would be doing if there's a comparative advantage question. Again, I don't know, and you guys are gonna get different versions of the questions from each other because that's happening with each of the exams so far. Is that you've been getting different exam versions and questions from each other this whole time. So expect that. So one of your friends might be like, I got a bank balance sheet. It's like, I got comparative advantage. I got global funds market graph and I want to die. Should I think of other graphs? Production possibilities curve. It's about out curve if it's got increasing opportunity costs. Basically, if there are two different goods, it's about out curve. If you're inside the curve, you're in a recession. If you're on the curve, you're at full employment. If you're outside the curve, you're at a level that you currently can't really be producing. Bill, of course. Appreciate it, Bill. Yeah, Brian was awesome. And you were awesome too. You guys were great. And you got a sister? Cool. Brian might take AP economics soon, so that'll be good. I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh god. Why am I blanking on all the graphs now? Should just be money market, global funds market, Phillips curve. Ooh, the Phillips curve stuff. Reminder on a Phillips curve question. This is important. It's always tied to your aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph. So whenever they're asking you to do anything on a Phillips curve, be aware that you should be able to do it on the Phillips curve. No, outside is not allocative efficiency. Outside of is unattainable given current resources and technology. Allocative is a point on the curve. It's just one specific point on the curve based on what people desire. So for that, you really can barely ever know what that is. That's almost only based on if the question gives you a lot of information. Sorry, I was getting distracted. The Phillips curve. But it's a Phillips curve problem. Your Phillips curve setup is always tied to your aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph. You've got LRPC and SRPC, unemployment rate and inflation rate. If you're at full employment, you're at equilibrium, you're at that. If you're in a recession, you're over here at point A. That's a recession on my Phillips curve because recessions have lots of unemployment. If you're in an inflationary period, or if they call it a positive output gap, you're at point B. It means that you're producing more than you're supposed to be. And then the way to do Phillips curve problems it's a change in your ADAS graph first. If you moved aggregate demand, you'll move along your Phillips curve in the opposite direction of you move the aggregate demand curve. So if AD shifts right, move along your Phillips curve to the left, which would mean up your Phillips curve, basically. Okay. If it's an SRAS shift, if you shifted your supply curve, you move your Phillips curve. So if I shifted SRAS to the right, I shift Phillips curve to the left. So that's the thing with the Phillips curve, is that it's always a reflection of your aggregate demand and aggregate supply curve. So if you move something on your aggregate demand supply curve, you'll move opposite in your Phillips curve. If it's AD, it's on the line. If it's SRAS, it is the whole line that gets moved. If it's LRAS, it's LRPC in the opposite direction. So those are the big things when it comes to Phillips curve. If they throw that at you, which is, again, that's possible. It's on the list of exam questions. It's on the things they could cover. So it's fair game. Trying to think, there isn't anything else they could surprise you with, could they? No, that's basically it. I've looked at literally every FRQ that's on College Board's website. There's 127 on there, and I have through today now probably done 105, 110 of them. So, and the ones I didn't do were ones that were 4X related because we couldn't. Because I'm not making the exam this year. I'm trying to think. Okay, anything else? Oh, you should, boys. Oh God, my brain. A positive output gap is an inflationary gap. A negative output gap is a recessionary gap. They change the word sometimes because they hate you. Potential real GDP is the same as saying the natural rate of output, which is the same as saying LRAS. Those are all the same thing. They, again, like to bust out a thesaurus to make things unnecessarily complicated, to be funny. Try not to have any of this stuff open. The only thing you should really have open on your computer are maybe the formula sheet would be fine. Don't have anything collaborative open, so any Google Docs that you've shared with anybody, close out of those during the exam. Make sure you've disabled your extensions on your computer, so things like Grammarly and all that stuff, make sure it's disabled when you're taking your exam. That's important. Okay, I'm trying to think of anything else. Disable those extensions, make sure your browser is updated. Once you log into it, don't refresh or back out. You just have to you'll have to click on your link again to get back into it. That could take you time. Take your time, read each question carefully. Read them carefully. Oh boy, there are the dogs. Quan, I'm glad I could help you, man. Christina, good to see you. Hello, of course. Archer, what's up? Where'd you go? Jackson, of course. Okay, there's about 1 or 2 minutes left, guys. I'm going to sign off here in a second. To all my students, thank you, guys. Thank you for everything you guys have done in this time period. I really appreciate the amount that you've been asking, all the help you've needed. I really do appreciate it. Again, all my seniors, you guys are going to be getting emails from me over the weekend, basically like graduation messages, because I won't be able to make it to physical graduation today. Yeah, you're allowed to be nervous, Haley. It's an AP exam. Again, I mentioned before, if you don't do well in the AP exam, you've got all of our notes for our class. Keep them, because if you have to take this class in college, then hey, it's a lot easier if you've already got basically all of the notes, and you've got a crazy lot amount of notes. Like when I took Econ 2 in college, we had to do comparative advantage, and I'd already done it all. I was like, hell yeah, this is really easy. So all that stuff is good. Appreciate it, everybody. Hope you all have a best of absolute luck on your test. Okay. Wish you all the best. I'll be getting your guys' responses here in the near future because we're supposed to be getting them really, really quickly after the fact. So I'll be able to check it and see how we're doing. Okay. Go crush it. Have your formulas out. Don't be afraid to use a calculator. You're allowed to use a calculator. Read carefully. Don't worry if you can't do the last part of a question. It's totally fine. Ain't the end of the world. Okay. You guys got it. Jordan's right. Peace, everybody. Hope you all have a great one. Best of luck.